Good morning and welcome to another edition of Moneyline with Nancy. I am Nancy Naji. 26 years, that's how long Nigeria has operated under the same national communication policy, a framework developed before smartphones, before 4G and now 5G, before fintech, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, and before the telecom sector evolved into one of the largest contributors to the Nigerian economy. The federal government says it will formally commence the process of rewriting that policy, describing it as a critical step towards building a future-ready digital economy. The review is expected to address emerging technologies, strengthen digital infrastructure, improve regulatory coordination, deepen broadband penetration, enhance cybersecurity, and enhance an environment that can attract long-term private capital into the sector. The government says it's also targeting ambitious outcomes, up to 2 million new jobs, an estimated 1.6 trillion naira in additional tax revenue by 2028, and a stronger foundation for Nigeria's digital economy. But for operators, the challenges remain significant, from multiple taxation, fiber cuts, and right-of-way bottlenecks to escalating energy costs, foreign exchange pressures, infrastructure vandalism, and the rising cost of network expansion. Many argue that the policy reform must be matched by implementation. So the big question this morning I'll be asking is this: can a new telecommunication policy review deliver the regulatory certainty, investment climate, and structural reforms needed to power Nigeria's next phase of digital growth? Joining me shortly is the chairman of the Association of Licensed Telecommunication Operators of Nigeria, Engineer Gbenga Adebayo, to share the operator's perspective on what this review should achieve and what must change if Nigeria is to remain competitive in an increasingly digital global economy. In case you are nocturnal and in case you miss the programs in the morning at 10 a.m. Nigerian time here on AIT, you can catch a repeat too at 1 a.m. That's Thursday morning, in the wee hours of the morning, 1 a.m. For those of you that don't sleep at night, you know that you are nocturnal, so you can catch a repeat. But you can also follow us across all our social media platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Moneyline with Nancy TV, so you never miss an episode wherever you are, whether you are before a television set or not. Moreover, TV is also on your phone. But first, let's get you up to speed with the news, and we'll begin by telling you that the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Professor Taiwo Oyedele, says the federal government will launch a real-time capital markets projects tracking platform. Speaking in Abuja, he said the initiative directed by President Bola Tinubu will improve transparency, accountability, and public access to budget implementation data. The Federal Executive Council at its meeting on Monday, chaired by President Bola Tinubu, approved 3.94 trillion naira for 25 road projects across 10 states and 286 billion naira for new port vessels. Minister of Works Dave Umahi said the council also approved the reconstruction of the deteriorating Lagos-Ibadan Expressway using concrete technology. The federal government is finalizing arrangements to issue a 701 billion naira second tranche bond to settle part of the power sector's legacy debt to generation companies. The move follows an earlier 501 billion naira issuance under the Presidential Power Sector Debt Reduction Program. However, Genco say they were excluded from the bond design process and have raised concerns over the terms. The federal government says petrol prices will continue to be determined by market forces under the deregulated regime, but warns that profiteering will not be tolerated. Speaking at a forum here in Abuja, the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Oil, Heineken Lopobiri, said regulators must protect consumers from exploitative practices. The Central Bank of Nigeria, in its February 2026 economic report, says outstanding consumer credit declined by 780 billion naira from 3.81 trillion naira in January to 3.03 trillion naira in February. The Apex Bank attributed the drop to high borrowing costs, even as total credit to the economy rose to 57.88 trillion naira, driven by lending to productive sectors. The National Bureau of Statistics says electricity distribution companies generated 630.93 billion naira in revenue in the last quarter of 2025, up from 570.26 billion naira in the previous quarter. The NBS also reported that electricity supply rose to 6,627 gigawatts, while the number of metered customers increased to 6.97 million, reflecting improved service delivery. The National Bureau of Statistics in its April 2026 Cost of a Healthy Diet report says the minimum daily cost of a nutritious diet rose to 1,589 naira per adult in March. The Bureau attributed the increase to higher prices across most food groups, despite signs of easing inflation. More than 281 million depositors across 914 licensed financial institutions are now protected against bank failure, according to the Nigeria Deposit Insurance Corporation, NDIC. Speaking in Abuja, the NDIC Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer Thompson Sunday said the expanded coverage follows the May 2024 review of deposit insurance limits. The UNDP, in partnership with the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, hosted a high-level regional conference on the sidelines of the 2026 African Continental Free Trade Area Council of Ministers meeting. The conference brought together trade ministers from across Africa, policymakers, women entrepreneurs, private sector leaders, financial institutions, development partners, and regional organizations to advance discussions on making intra-African trade more inclusive. At the heart of the conversation was the need to position women entrepreneurs as key drivers of Africa's trade transformation, while ensuring that women-owned businesses and small and medium-sized enterprises are better equipped to compete in regional and continental markets. Speakers also highlighted the economic potential of AfTA, which creates a single market of more than 1.4 billion people with a combined GDP of over $3 trillion. They noted that beyond expanding trade, the agreement offers a strategic platform to strengthen regional value chains, accelerates industrialization, attracts investment, and creates quality jobs across the continent. Let's take a listen to key excerpts from that.
This shows Nigeria's commitment to prioritizing women in the African trade agenda. The case for placing women and youth at the center of the AFCFTA is an existential one. If the AFCFTA fulfill its promise, it must fulfill it for women who already
All right, we'll bring back that report. All right, I think it's time for us to take you through the markets, and let's turn right away to how the markets are shaping up, and of course taking inspiration from how the markets ended yesterday, where investors continue to navigate a delicate mix of domestic policy development, global monetary expectations, and evolving geopolitical risk. But we will begin from Nigeria's money market, where system liquidity opened the session at a healthy 4.5 trillion naira. The Nigerian overnight financing rate, or NOFA, in case you did not watch the program, was it on Thursday last week? Please go do watch that on YouTube so you understand the new benchmark reference rates as set by the Central Bank of Nigeria, replacing the former open buyback rate. And on Monday, it remained at 22%, suggesting funding conditions continue to stabilize as the central bank maintains its tight liquidity management strategy. In the Treasury bills markets, trading remained relatively quiet as investors shifted their attention to central banks' open market operation auction. Demand remained robust, with total subscriptions reaching about 1.05 trillion naira against an offer of about 600 billion naira, while the CBN allotted 947 billion naira, and the strong oversubscriptions continued to reflect market appetite for short-dated government securities. We saw the average benchmark yields easing to 18.06%, and the FGN bond market traded on a cautious note as investors digested the Debt Management Office third quarter bond issuance calendar. And we're seeing that select off-the-run bonds attracted demand, while selling pressure on the 2035 bond pushed benchmark yields slightly higher to about 17.48%, and that reflected continued repricing along the medium to long end of the curve. It's like I'm speaking too much English, it's too much technical English. But what I'm trying to say in essence is how the fixed income market, the money market, traded for yesterday, and giving you an outlook as to how markets will trade today. So let me take you through the bond market now. It closed on a mixed but resilient note as a global sentiment improved following reports of a renewed diplomatic engagement between the U.S. and Iran. And with tensions still around the Strait of Hormuz, we're seeing a benchmark Eurobond yields closing broadly flat at about 7.04%. On the foreign exchange market, the naira depreciated marginally by about 19 basis points to close at 1,383 naira 62 kobo. So the naira is gradually coming close to the 1,400 naira to $1. I hope and I pray it doesn't get to that because it's better we have a stronger dollar. I've always said it times without number on the program that I would love to see a stronger naira. I would love to see a naira less than 1,000 naira to the US dollar. But 1,383 naira 62 kobo, it closed at the Nigerian Foreign Exchange market window. That's what you're seeing here. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the equities market. It closed lower on Monday. The all-share index declined by 1.5% to 228,401.90 points, reducing market capitalization to about 146.35 trillion naira. And despite that decline, trading activity remained robust, with share volume surging more than 171% to exceed 1 billion shares. Where is it? Yeah, about 1 billion shares. And we saw that underscoring sustained investors' participation, as it were. So let's look across global markets now, and I will take you first with Wall Street, as we saw Wall Street extending. That's the U.S. market. When you hear me say Wall Street, that's the U.S. market. It extended its rally as easing Middle East tensions lifted risk appetite. And the Dow Jones closed at a new record high, while the S&P 500 and NASDAQ also advanced in early trade. So you're seeing Wall Street extending rally as risk appetite improved. For the European markets, they traded firmer at the morning trade just before I came into the studio, supported by mining and industrial stocks as investors digested comments from the European Central Bank on the evolving direction of monetary policy. I was actually listening to Madame Lagarde, who is the ECB chair, the ECB president. ECB is the European Central Bank. That's the Central Bank of Europe. I was just listening to her just before I came into the studio, talking about the direction of monetary policy in Europe. But in Asia, markets closed mixed. Japan and South Korea posted solid gains. We saw that Hong Kong, that should be on the next page. Hong Kong edged lower despite strength in mainland Chinese equities. So Asian market closed mixed. Investors are weighing the risk in the global markets. In the commodities space, crude oil prices moved higher on improving geopolitical sentiment after the US and Iran agreed to pause hostilities and resume diplomatic talks. These two countries and how they're handling the Strait of Hormuz is still very fragile, and markets are just keenly watching and waiting. But even while they are keenly watching and waiting, markets are moving. Let's take a look at gold, where it extended its decline as expectations of higher U.S. interest rates continue to weigh on the demand on gold. And silver is about $58 US at this morning. Iron ore is trading at $748 US. And that's your market. I wouldn't want to say wrap. That's your market update, because like I always say, the market is a living thing. As I am talking now, markets across the world that are currently trading, you are seeing tick up, tick down, tick up, tick down. So the markets are currently alive, and movements are happening, and investors will be watching policy signals, global economic data, and geopolitical developments for the direction in the sessions ahead. The Nigerian market is opened already. It's closed at 4 p.m. We're now operating on a T+1 settlement cycle. T+2, we transited into T+2 in November of 2025. Now it's T+1 settlement cycle. So many reforms happening there, movement of shares to, in terms of volume, to affect the price. So you all need to be interested in all of this, because it affects your money, it affects my money, it affects your business, and anything concerning business, finance, and economy. Trust me, I break it down for you here on the program. I tell you the cocoa as it go be. You know. So let's take a break, and when we come back, we'll be moving into the telecom sector 26 years after. The federal government wants to review the policy. What should that policy entail? The chairman of the operators will be speaking with me shortly after the break. Do join us again. We'll be right back.
TerraCube, unwrap joy, unleash taste.
Nigeria has survived everything, not because we are lucky, but because in the hardest moment, when the news breaks and the grip is wrong, someone somewhere makes a choice.
To confirm before spreading panic. To empathize rather than assign blame. To hold when everything inside said, who?
For terrorism is not only the attack that sparks our outrage. Terrorism is also the choices that follow, the ones that feed division and erode the bonds of nationhood and patriotism that hold us together as Nigerians.
Let us choose to defeat terror, one decision at a time. Take a pause. Choose Nigeria.
Let's all unite against terror.
In today's global economy, information is everywhere, but insight is rare.
Because of the high rate of fuel, the cost of commodities, cost of everything in this country is high.
This is unacceptable because Nigerians cannot be made to suffer every time.
So, where do you turn for clarity? The right questions.
What is in need for Nigerians? Let's really break it down. Income strata-wise, revenue strata-wise for companies. What are some of the inhibitions that are not making trade work for all?
The real answers.
Stimulus package must take a different shape beyond what we have seen in sharing of rice, sharing of money.
Nancy brings it to you on Moneyline with Nancy.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Moneyline with Nancy.
Clear, well-researched conversations focused on what truly impacts you.
Is it that we don't know the number of MSMEs we have in the country, or we don't know where they are?
I don't think we can identify 40-something billion MSMEs. It's equivalent as a country.
Nigeria has the policy framework in place to be a leader on this approach. You can make farmers bankable.
Moneyline with Nancy now airs 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Weekdays, live on AIT and online. If it matters to the economy, join us.
All right, welcome back to the program. And like I mentioned earlier on, I will be speaking about the telecommunications sector, the review that is supposed to happen. The federal government has said that it will review the policy 26 years after. And my guest is joining me right now. He's Engineer Gbenga Adebayo. He's the Chairman, Association of Licensed Telecommunications Operators of Nigeria, ALTON. Engineer Adebayo, good to see you. Welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me.
I like your posture this morning. I was saying that you came ready for me. I was saying earlier on this morning that when I saw you behind the scenes, I said, Engineer Adebayo is really ready. I love even the background. So welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you for having me.
Okay, I can hear you. Okay. All right, Engineer Adebayo, I think we should just go straight into it. 26 years after is a long time, isn't it, to review a policy. And 26 years is a long time for a policy to stay untouched, as it were, in this fast-moving space, in this fast-moving sector. What, in your view, or in the operator's view, has finally forced the hand of the government to review this policy?
Technology and changes in our social culture. Today, communications has become the sector that underpins every other sectors of the economy, be it commerce, be it banking and finance, be it transportation, be it education, be it medical, even government services. So we have become the infrastructure of infrastructures, and we are now the industry that basically drives all sectors of the economy. And 26 years after, the act hasn't changed. And government has now considered it necessary and important to have a review of this act to address issues of contemporary technology, address issues of contemporary needs, and as well as to address challenges and progress brought by technology. We all know what life is today with communication services. I can tell you how it was 26 years ago. And for those of our viewers who are not here then, 26 years ago, we had just the incumbent player, which was NITEL, funded by government resources. We had a few private telecom operators who were called PTOs at the time, who struggled a lot to survive under the supervision and the connectivity of NITEL. 26 years ago, if you have a mobile phone, you are an elite and you are in the most upper class of the economy. If you are Lagos-based, you are going to Abuja, you have to dial a roaming code between Lagos and Abuja. Otherwise, when you get to Abuja, your mobile phone will not work. That was it 26 years ago. And God help you on your way back from Abuja. If you have roamed to Abuja, if you forgot to dial the roaming code to take you out of Abuja into Lagos, by the time you arrive in Lagos, you will not have connectivity because your service is left behind in Abuja. That was the service 26 years ago. 26 years ago, to make a call, you have to buy what is called a call card and go and take a queue at NITEL telephone post to make a long distance call. God help you at the time when it's your turn. Your call party is not on seat. You have to go back again and requeue. These were the issues 26 years ago. Today, the circumstances are different. Telecom has become a service available to all persons at all places, irrespective of age or class. And the rules have completely changed. Not only has technology changed a lot, the application use of services itself has changed completely. And therefore, there's a need for us to look at the rules again, for us to be able to attract the right investment to take us to the next level. Now that we are not only talking about communication services, we are talking about communication services driven by artificial intelligence and all of the benefits and opportunities that come with it. So now is the time for us to look at this, and government has considered it appropriate to do so at this time. And as stakeholders, we warmly welcome that development.
You brought that up that 26 years ago, some Nigerians were not here 26 years ago when GSM came out. And let me just give you a vivid example. This morning, as we were producing the program, a member of my team, because I have a very young team working with me, and when we were talking about this morning, I said, okay, some of the things, and I said, Nitel, he didn't even understand what I was saying. He knows they know what I'm talking about. He could be laughing backstage now. So I had to explain to him because I'm sure he's that young, or perhaps he's that age. So 26 years ago, he didn't know. So I was like, okay, can we get stuff? Nitel, this, and he looked at me like, let's see, madam, they talk.
Oh, it's Nitel.
You understand? So, so people born 26 years ago, or even born after that, what they know is this. They know 3G, they know 4G, they know 5G, they know fintech and all of that. So about 26 years, do you agree that it's such a long time to rewrite that policy as operators? Is it such a long time, or 26 years is enough to have learned the rope, to have seen the evolution that has happened in that space, and it's time, and it's the right time?
Yeah, it's the right time to review the policy. 26 years is a long time to have had just one policy. But our sector is one of the very few sectors of the economy that has maximized the use of its act. In spite of the age of the act, we have done the best that we can to become a prime mover of the economy. There are many policies that are either old as our policy, or even not as old as our policy. But those sectors have not been able to deliver the grade of service and the kind of social impact our sector is making on the people comparatively. That said, in spite of the age, in spite of what we've been able to do, despite the legacy nature of our act, the time has come. We have now enough lessons, enough learnings to now rewrite the act in a way that will address contemporary issues. Don't forget, in the last 26 years, we have also gone through a lot of transition. A lot of the early players are not here. You spoke about Nitel a minute ago. Nitel is no longer here. Nitel now has transited to a successor community now owned by private investors, which is the outcome of what we have seen in terms of the regulation of the market. 26 years ago and much earlier, like 22, 23 years ago, we had other private operators who are smaller players, the CDMA operators. They have also gone now into different kind of services. Today we have the GSM players. Today we now have the digital operators. We now even have the over-the-top operators who are providing services on top of the legacy infrastructure. We have, for example, we are going to have now very soon the mobile virtual network operator. This is an evolution that has come in the intervening years. And the need for us to review the act to be able to accommodate all of these dynamics is more than overdue. That said, the lessons learned in 26 years, I think we enable us to have a better sector, a better act, if it is related now, because we'll have been able to see what our history is, what transition we have been through, what kind of self-recovery our industry has had in those years, and where we should be in the coming years. I say to people that the days of hello, how are you is over. How many people make now circuit calls? A lot of people do a lot of things by data application. What are the rules to guide it is? 26 years ago, if you want to send a text message, you are going to send it by what is called a facsimilar machine, where you go, you have a printed page, you go to a machine like a photocopier, you put that in, you dial a corresponding number, you get an acceptance tone, you send the page, and it scrolls gradually to get to destination. Today, in the speed of light, you can send a message. In the speed of light, you can send an image. Imagine today, you are in Lagos, you are in Abuja, I'm in Lagos. We are talking real time online. These are services that we do not have to exist. What are the rules that are meant to guide to these operations? What are the guardrails to protect consumers, to protect government, to protect investors? And so the time is now that we should actually look at it to help us to take the industry to the next level, because, as I said, we become very critical. And if we look at the future of technology, which is artificial intelligence space, certainly the rules have to be up to date. And I wouldn't say to wait another 26 years after now. Once this is done, I think as technology evolves, the rules must tend to be in line with technology or even ahead of technology. What it then means is that the policymakers must be in a position where they can see what is going to happen in future years and make the necessary motivation to rewrite the rules before the technology will come. Because as you go to sleep at night, wake up in the morning, there are new applications being developed. You've gone last night to sleep, by the time you wake up this morning, you may have seen an upload done on your phone. That's to be able to accept new developer and new applications for better services. And the rules that we have today need to address those innovations. Yeah.
Are the operators being consulted for this review? Are the operators being talked to now and brought to the table? Do you have a seat at the table, or is the NCC just trying to mold this review on its own, just like the Central Bank of Nigeria does sometimes? So let me ask, I'm asking you two questions now. Are the operators having a seat on the table for the review? Then secondly, is the NCC a kind of regulator such as the Central Bank, whereby sometimes the CBN does not even need bank inputs? That is in terms of regulation, and they come up with a regulation. So is the NCC like the CBN in perhaps drafting this policy, like when the CBN told the banks that you guys have 2 years to recapitalize? There are two different sectors, I know, but I'm just trying to equate regulator to regulator.
In our case, we are quite involved in the policy review process. We are providing the necessary input and resources to our regulator to be able to look at the dynamics of the sector. So I must say there's extensive consultation ongoing, both within the sector and also with players outside of the sector. And our regulator is taking the lead in this regard. And I must say, a note of appreciation to our regulator. We've spoken about a communication act that is 26 years old. We have a regulator that has managed the sector. In spite of the age of the act, we've had, I would say, one of the best regulators, because other sectors that are not as successful as our sector, they have their challenges, but they also have their own regulators. So in spite of all the challenges that we have in our sector, the age of our act and the changes in technology, we continue to play the best role that can be as a sector that is important to the economy. Just yesterday, there was a report that in looking at all regulators of the economy from different sectors, our regulator came third, the NCC came third, which is quite impressive. Again, in spite of the age of our act. So to answer your question, yes, we are part of the process. We are being consulted. We are also providing input to the review process. And we hope that at the end of the exercise, we are going to have a robust act that will not only address today's issues, but that will prepare us for the opportunities of tomorrow. I'm not in a position to compare regulator to regulator, but what I can say is that we in our sector, the communication sector, have one of the best regulators in the economy. Because if you look at all other sectors that are not as thriving as our sector, they also have their own regulators. Today, people will complain about power, people will complain about security, people will complain about energy, people will complain about other social services. They also have their own regulators. So in spite of the challenges that we have in the larger ecosystem, we are still making the progress that we are making. Now, we must give credit to our regulator, the Nigerian Communications Commission, in this regard.
Are you saying that based on the fact that they are consulting with you guys a lot?
Oh, certainly. Yeah, we're also having our frictions. Many of them are very tough on us. Many of times when we're going to rooms, to have meetings, we're all coming back with our faces front. But the fact is that as regulators, they're not holding us with kid gloves. They are very strict on us. You have also seen in recent years cases of fines and penalties. In recent months, you have seen cases of fines and penalties which members are about to pay because of fighting regulatory infractions and all that. So on us, they are very tough and they're very difficult. But like they say, when two brothers go to the same room and they close the door and they come out smiling, they have not spoken the truth to themselves. That's said in our local culture here. But when two brothers go to a room, they lock the door and they come out, each of them looking extremely serious. That means that they've gone and they've spoken facts to themselves. So when you see us as regulators behind closed doors, and we come out looking very, very unhappy and upset, it means that we've gone in there to say the facts to ourselves. And just go to speak to the fact that as regulators, while we make progress on one side, where they have to be tough, they have to be hard, they're also doing so on us as industry players.
Yeah, why I asked that question is that that over-romantic relationship, or let me put it, that romantic relationship should be a bit limited between operators and regulators. You know what I'm talking about?
There is no such. I must say that there is no such, because you see, again, if it's the question of this an issue of romance, we will not make progress that we've made in 26 years. And I've also spoken about the transition that we've had in the sector. In the beginning, how many were we? And how many are we today? I say in the association that I run, we started as 32 members. Today we're about 16. What has happened to all the other people? Somehow they've gone different ways. That also goes to show that where there is a need for regulators to apply the hard stick on us, they are doing it, including reasons why some of the players cannot cope in modern technologies or in today's technology. So what we're saying is that as regulators, they are very tough on us, but doesn't rule out the fact that sometimes we are friends and at other times we are not friends. And I make bold to say that where we have to speak part to ourselves behind closed doors, we are doing so. Where we have to call ourselves out in public, we are doing so. For one reason, for the benefit of the sector and the growth of the industry.
What are the absolute non-negotiables that Alton perhaps could be demanding from this new policy that we're expecting? Since you are already speaking with the regulator, I'm sure you wear the shoe, you know where it pinches. So what are the absolute non-negotiables that the operators are putting forward?
Protection of our infrastructure.
Okay.
Protection of our infrastructure. The biggest threat we have today is the issue of damage and repeated damage to critical infrastructure.
But that's not the primary role of the NCC, as it were.
It's all encompassing. You see that if you do, there's what they say cause and effects. Sometimes what you are seeing is the effect of certain causes. And so it's all encompassing. If you don't have the right policy in place to safeguard the infrastructure that you provide, if there are no protection mechanism in the act, if there are no consequence management in the act, it's a problem. And so we say that while you can say it's not in the purview of the regulator there, the act must provide that this infrastructure is critical. It's like providing the rules for driving on the highway. You have speed limits, you have do's and you have do's and don'ts. You could say that is not relevant for your own safety and for the safety of other people. Those rules have to be complied with. So in our case, we're saying that for us to have what is called a resilient, stable, and now we'll say rapid developing economy sector, we must have the right rules in place, the right act in place. We can't be the rule of 36 years ago to regulate today's technology. It's absolutely not relevant. And in looking forward, there are certainly areas that we say we cannot compromise, and that's the protection of our infrastructure, which now has been classified as critical national security and economic infrastructure. Yeah.
Exactly. I was coming to that because since that designation of telecom assets as critical national information infrastructure, but yet we're still seeing fiber cuts, we're still seeing vandalization. What critical enforcement or perhaps framework are the operators looking at, or mechanisms to ensure that this is explicitly coded into the new framework that is coming up that could perhaps have legal enforcement or more bites to make sure that there's protection of infrastructure?
We need a whole of society approach to protect the infrastructure. All of us, as players, as consumers, as government, as security agencies, we must take ownership of the infrastructure that serves us. Without that, we can't leave it to government alone. We can't leave it to operators alone. We can't leave it to security agencies alone. We can't leave it to household and communities alone. All of us must take ownership of the infrastructure. For in the first instance, those who are doing public works, they must take ownership and protect the infrastructure by not allowing their machines to cut the fiber. Those who are going to locations to vandalize sites and steal batteries and steal solar cells and steal diesel, they must stop it. Okay, you could say people will have this kind of behavior in society, but there has to be consequences when people are caught. Today, people are caught stealing items worth several millions of naira, When they are caught, they are taken to law. They get a fine of 50,000 naira. The value of items stolen is several multiples of that amount. Like slap them in the wrist, go and see no more. Next day, they do something harmful to the network. That's a problem. The third is that communities and landowners who often take sites hostage in an attempt to extract rent from people, or in an attempt to attempt to collect what we call access fee from people. That should stop. Because you see communities where people just take operator site hostage without paying money to them. They will not just allow them to do anything on the site. They won't even allow them to do maintenance. That must stop. So without people taking ownership, joint ownership of the critical infrastructure, we can say critical national infrastructure protection and rules and regulations, if it is not owned by all of us, and we all do not abide by those rules, we will not make much progress. So we say that this issue of CNI, critical national infrastructure protection, is the whole of society approach. We all must take ownership, and we all must jointly work with each other to protect our infrastructure. No matter what ruling we put in place, if people don't abide by those rules and own it, it will not happen.
Engineer Adebayo, the question I asked, of course, as to what you're looking for to be in this new policy when it comes out. You talked about protection of infrastructure. I've been itching to hear all the while you've been speaking as to that the review should ensure better and affordable services for consumers across Nigeria. So it seems to me that perhaps the industry self-interest is before national interest. How do you respond?
I wouldn't agree with you. Because generally, rule of pricing is best left to market forces to determine. We spoke about 26 years ago. I was the network operator in the early days. We sold the line at $2,000, equivalent at the time.
$2,000?
Yes, we sold the line, and you can fact check it. Yeah. We sold the line at $2,000 in those early days. In the neighborhood where we operate, the first and only private network that is fixed line that is driven by fiber optic network. When GSM services came, people bought the SIM card at 20,000 naira, some 25,000, some 10,000. Today, you can buy a loaf of bread in the supermarket and buy groceries. Once you have your NIN, you can receive a SIM card free of charge once you provide your national identification number. Those are market forces. So if the rules are there, people play by the rules. Market forces naturally will determine prices. You are a finance expert. You know what I'm talking about. Where the services are available and it's affordable, definitely market forces will determine how people should price. You recall in the early days, some of the players said to us, per second billing was not possible. One player came and said, no, I will start with per second billing. Everybody migrated to per second billing. Those are market forces. So if we talk about the issue of pricing, and we say that as something that is required in the act, I think we are talking about the layout.
Yes. I understand the part of market forces and pricing. Yeah. What I'm talking about is better service delivery. Those are services to consumers.
Yeah, absolutely. That will go without saying. If the environment is friendly, if the cost of providing services is not as expensive as it is today, naturally it will translate to better consumer prices. It's as simple as that. Today, we know what we are paying in terms of recovery of items that are stolen. We know what we are paying in terms of deploying services. We know what we are paying to government even for right of way services. We know what we are paying to protect our infrastructure, and so on and so forth. So where all of this is eliminated by way of law, it makes services better. No operator wants to provide service that is not affordable, that is not consumable by people. You don't want to cook in the kitchen and nobody comes to your restaurant to buy the food because it's too expensive. So the bottom line is that if the base is set, the rules are clear, the infrastructure is protected, the cost of recovery is not there, the cost of deployment is lower and it's cheap. We have all of society approach to owning the infrastructure, and this issue of having to repeat doesn't happen again. Naturally, the prices will go down.
So are you saying that better service delivery is equal to pricing?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Not at all. I am saying prices are best left to market forces. If the cost of input is high, the output cost will be high. And again, I say you are the expert in this. If cost of providing services is high, certainly the consumer price will be high. But if the input cost is low, naturally it will translate to lower prices for the consumer. It's not a reason. We will provide today the great society that we can provide. We can price today the goods or services that meet the expectation of the consumers. But the price is what we are talking about. How much will it cost? Today, what we are paying is what it costs. Tomorrow, it will be cheaper if the environment is better.
Okay, this new policy framework, do you think that it should be an investment framework or a technology framework or a regulatory framework, or perhaps even, where do you think the emphasis should lie actually?
Yeah, I mean, you also said it earlier, because I followed the earlier clip. Investors are watching policy and are watching regulations. Where the regulation is clear and policies are transparent, naturally investment will come. And the general saying is that investment thrives where it is welcome. So if the policy environment is right, it's predictable and it's friendly, naturally investors will come. We have a good population, we have good land mass, we have young population. So naturally, our country will be a destination for any investors. And you have seen year on year, we've attracted one of the highest foreign direct investment in the years. Even in the last 26 years that we've spoken about, in spite of the legacy of our act. So the point I'm making is that where the policy environment is predictable and right, and government is doing a lot in that regard, naturally investment will come. You have also heard about what government is talking about 90-kilometer fiber. This will, of course, attract a lot of investment to the sector, but that also have to be protected by some form of policy or the other.
Okay, how do you think, or that now, how are operators thinking around how the new policy framework should balance the integration of satellite broadband without cannibalizing heavy capital investment made by domestic or terrestrial operators in fiber and GSM infrastructure?
I must say very clearly that experience have shown all over the world, policies have to be technology neutral. Once you start putting policies in place for or against certain type of technology, you are limiting the growth. Because today, it could be satellite that is the need. Tomorrow, it could be something different. Let me give an example. When we talk about this satellite thing, you know what is called today Starlink? And I'm sure our consumers know that.
Yes.
In times past, if policy was put against service provider like Starlink to provide terrestrial services, the empire that have it today will not happen. So if we have policies in place that says terrestrial service operators will not happen in Nigeria, when that technology was introduced, it will be left out. That's an example. Today, if you have policies to say it has to be fiber network or nothing, you will not have mobile services. If you say policy have to be mobile services or otherwise, you will not have terrestrial fiber infrastructure, and so on and so forth. So we are saying that policies have to be technology neutral to be able to accept the kind of growth and dynamics of technology. Once you start pointing technology, the policy towards certain technology, you are limiting the growth from the get-go.
The federal government is saying that this review, or is trying to tie this review to specific macroeconomic gains, like I mentioned at the beginning, to create 2 million jobs, to add 2% to the GDP. What else again is there? Okay, 1.6 trillion naira in tax revenues. But if you take a look at it from a commercial reality standpoint, how can the sector expand the fiscal base of the country when operators are simultaneously battling massive squeeze on margins due to high energy costs that you've mentioned, a loss of infrastructure, and perhaps underlying consumer tariffs? So is this promise or is this objective that the federal government is looking at, can it be achieved when all of you are operating within a difficult environment?
What government has said is to deepen penetration. Because we have places in the country today that are still gray areas. Unfortunately, we have territories that are not accessible by private operators due to certain security concerns. And what government aims to do is to deepen penetration. When we deepen penetration, even to territories where it's not commercially viable for private operators, you have more access. When you have more access, services become a lot more affordable. In that regard, you widen the base. So what government is doing is to address those gaps that currently exist. And this is what they aim to do by way of putting this in place to be able to widen the base. When you widen the base, the numbers will grow. Penetration will be deeper, access will be better, and services become more affordable as it becomes available. And I think that's what government aims to do, which we welcome, and we are doing all that we can to support government in that regard.
Do you all have an idea as to, since work has started on it, do you have an idea as to when the new policy will come up?
We are on it, but it's a legislation process takes time. So we're on it. In our role as service providers, we are providing all the information that is expected. We are working with all of the various ministerial committees and our regulator. And we hope that in a matter of months, we can turn this around.
Okay,
it's certainly something that has to be done, But I can't say this is the time for it because I'm not in the legislative process. No.
Okay, what is one thing that government needs to get right, even if it does not get every other thing right? What is one thing that it should get right if every other thing is imperfect?
Policy, and independence of our regulator. Policy is important.
Okay.
The independence of our regulator is also very important. With these two in place, we are good to go.
Okay. And there's also the need of regulating emerging players without arbitrage. It's just that we don't have time without creating some sort of what I call regulatory arbitrage, perhaps for network operators.
That's why I said about independence of our regulator. There will be enough mechanism in the Act to give the instrument of work, instrument of office to the regulator. However, if the political environment is not independent, doesn't give the independence they require, they will struggle. And that's why it's very important. I say again, after the policy, the independence of regulators must be seen as sacrosanct.
Okay. I want to say many thanks for joining me, Engineer Adedayo. Thank you for bringing some kind of perspectives. At least since this was announced, we needed some kind of information as to what the operators are thinking and how you're also dealing with the government in the review of this policy. So many thanks, and I will continue to speak to you even as we go on and to see how this all turns out. So do have a lovely day.
Thank you for having me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, I've been speaking with Engineer Gbenga Adedayo, who, of course, is the chairman of Altin, the licensed operators in the telecom space in Nigeria. In case you're just hearing it, the telecom policy will be reviewed, and trust us, as soon as we get more information, we'll continue to update you. But I hope that you've been educated and informed as to what we are to look forward to. That's the program today, everyone. Thank you, as always, for joining us. Moneyline with Nancy, now 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Please tell someone to tell another person to tell another person. And there's also a repeat of this program at 1 a.m. That's at the dawn, yes, in the wee hours of this morning, Thursday morning, 1 a.m. for those of you that are nocturnal. I will see you all again tomorrow. I am Nancy Naji. Be the best you can be and be the change that you want to see. Bye for now.
AIT, sharing the African experience.
Don't be carried away by my beauty.
Welcome to The Defender, your window into the Nigerian security and civil defense corps. We take you beyond the uniform into the heart of the service.
We have also established a lot of policies that will drive our operational performance. First, we establish a female squad after working on the National Safe Schools Coordination Center.
The Commandant General's Special Intelligence Squad is on the front line, fighting to stop illegal bunkering and the theft of our nation's oil resources, protecting our economy and sovereignty. And the female squad is dedicated to protecting our schools, keeping our children safe from the threat of banditry, rape, and other criminal activities. Every day, the men and women of the NSCDC are working tirelessly to safeguard our communities, protect our nation's resources, and support sustainable development. The defenders, ensuring a safer, stronger, and more prosperous Nigeria for all.
Hello and welcome to the Eagle.
Here at the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, training is not taken lightly.
A program that comes away from the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC.
Hello, dear viewer. Your incisive education.
AIT, sharing the African experience.
Ikoyi, Nigeria knows luxury. But spaces like this are trying to define something more specific. African taste on African terms. Here, art, fashion, and one-of-a-kind designs shine, all under one roof. But before we step in, let's take a look at what's coming up. We step into Kisumu, Kenya with Ivy Dudo, where music meets meaning and a city finds its voice. Discover how childhood passion has made Gloria Muluku's dream of Congolese superheroes. Then, visit a beautiful calm retreat outside Cape Town that redefines the meaning of downtime. I'm Bibi Ray, and you are watching Afrimax. We explore Kisumu, Kenya with Ivy Dulo, where music meets meaning and a city finds its voice.
Hi guys, my name is Ivy Dulo, coming to you right from the shores of Namlolwe, all the way from Western Kenya. This is my city, Kisumu!
Kenya's third largest city sits on the banks of Africa's biggest lake. A cultural capital for the country's Luo people, Kisumu is known for fresh fish, stunning sunsets, and irresistible Benga rhythms.
I love my city, Kisumu, because it's a very beautiful place. As you can see, we have the lake, we have the hills that surround us, and we have amazing people. People are very friendly. So when it comes to music in Kisumu, Kisumu has produced so many great legends. An example is the late Ayuba Ogada, who took our music all the way to Hollywood. I love music. It's who I am. It defines me. I feel free because you know something about music. When it hits you, you feel no pain.
Kisumu's growing population has put a strain on its most precious natural resource. The degradation of Lake Victoria, or Namlolwe as the locals call it, caused Ivy's music to take a turn.
So for us, this lake has been a source of our livelihood. It has also a connection with our culture and our economic growth as people in Kisumu. But sadly, since last year, it's been facing a lot of threats. The lake started having lots of plastics in it, making the lake die to an extent where fish don't have food anymore. So that's the reason as to why I decided to be an environmentalist in Kisumu and just clean our lake. I want these lyrics of this song to inspire the people of my city to be able to know the consequences of what we're doing to this place and to know the importance of this place.
Ivy doesn't limit her environmental advocacy to the concert stage. Most city residents live in informal settlements like this one. And it's here that Ivy's anti-pollution crusade gets hands-on.
So we're in Koyango, my place, my hood. This is where I live, and we're on our way to a plastic recycling workshop, and we're going to meet a few of our young environmentalists. Can you imagine all this came from the lake? We're going to shred these plastics through this machine and get to see what we're going to get.
Precious Plastic Manyata is headquartered in Kisumu's largest slum. Young waste pickers take plastic waste from waterside dump sites and transform them into household objects and trinkets they can sell.
Wow, isn't this beautiful? This is the end product from all the waste that was collected in the dump site.
For Kisumu residents, the lake is more than just an important economic resource. It's also a place of relaxation. And what better way to enjoy it than with a sunset cruise on Namlolwe's gentle waves?
I love my city and I love my lake, and I'd love for my city people to come together and preserve this lake for the future generation.
Today, we're in the heart of Ikoyi at Akoko, and I'm with founder Juliet. Hi, Juliet.
Hi.
What is this space all about, and how did it come to be?
We are just about predominantly showcasing African-made, African-owned. To me, fashion is a way that you can dream.
Yes.
We love to just create stuff that just feel a little bit different. So when it comes to curating, I mean, I'm very, very, very personal. I also want to have fun pieces, fun finds, from having a glove, like a chic of a glove that you can just, put on, play around with, a necklace that is just, something a little bit different. All these are made in Africa.
Amazing.
And that's the story that we want to tell.
Amazing. I love that so much. Now, you've been around, or you've been in the process of building for 5 years now.
5 years ago, I started my brand called LFJ, which we were able to obviously take into the global scene. We became the first Black-owned brand to showcase during Thailand Fashion Week. We were featured in Wallpaper magazine, which has about 12 million viewers. And for me, I needed to say, okay, I've done fashion, I've done design. How do I help other brands grow as I've been able to grow?
This is the first floor. Incredible. So what is the story behind the name?
So my dad is a sitting king, and I am the princess of Arigidi Akoko, which is a side of me that not a lot of people know. But the name literally did come from me thinking about how to continue to create that voice of heritage and just how to create culture and continue to work in that purpose. My native land, being a princess, this is my castle, and I invite everyone to come.
Welcome all. Welcome all.
But we're also showcasing pieces in a way that people wouldn't even think that is conventional.
I love that. You know what? We are going to catch up with you a little bit later.
I look forward to it.
Time for Dream Homes, and today, Palesa Tembe escapes just outside Cape Town to a home made for slowing down and switching off.
Across Africa, incredible homes are raising the bar of modern design. This series gives you a front row seat to unapologetically stylish spaces. The kind you can't help but save, screenshot, and dream about. Ever feel the need to escape the city for a bit? Not far, just somewhere quieter? This is the place. Tucked into Montagu, just outside of Cape Town, this holiday home is all about calm, space, and switching off. It's called Still, which pretty much says it all. Palesa Tembe is here to get her chill on and explore the space with its designer, Hendry Bloom of Hendry Bloom Interior Design.
So here we are. Welcome to the project. Still, beautiful project of ours.
Listen, it is a beautiful summer's day. The temperature is quite perfect for a house tour. So can you just tell me a little bit more about this project?
Of course. So the project came about sort of just before lockdown. So it was a weekend of sort of chaos in terms of getting a basic design going. And they literally started that week, and the project sort of evolved in me being in charge of the architecture, the interior design, the furniture, the art curation. So basically everything you see within the space and around the space, I had like my finger on it. Yeah, and it basically then became this beautiful sort of unique destination location.
And looking externally, Henry, it seems as if you've definitely paid attention to the materials used.
Exactly. So the approach was a very sort of simplistic and minimal material and textural approach. So textures plays a vital role through the use of things like the clumpy brick cladding. And the same goes for the structure of the building. So the whole house is basically built with brick walls that were back bricked and then painted white. And there's only two colors that we used, white and like a dark charcoal. So let's call it like a black and white sort of color scheme.
Well, for first impressions, I definitely like what I see.
Let's have a look on the inside.
Inside, Henry's carefully chosen artworks appear everywhere, quietly shaping the mood.
Henry, stepping into the space, I'm already seeing some strong design decisions, such as this fireplace.
Yes, the fireplace becomes quite a interesting and sort of dynamic piece within the whole home. So generally, I feel like I'm probably more known for quite a masculine, straight line design approach. And in this case, we wanted to bring that across, but we also thought, how do we soften that? And a lot of that is through this curved element, which you can see through the fireplace, the kitchen counter that has the slight sort of curved edges, and even things like the furniture choices. So the Haldane side tables, the round dining table, all those sort of like organic curved shapes just make the space a bit more feminine and softer and more inviting and warm.
One of Henry's signature touches in this home is the screens, filtering light, inviting the breeze, and turning function into something you'll totally want to add to your Pinterest board. This kitchen keeps things low-key. And wherever you look, the art just pops.
Henry, we're in the one and only bedroom. Can you just tell me about it?
The bedroom, like you mentioned, being the only bedroom, becomes quite a significant space. And what's also great about the bedroom is when you're lying in the bed, you've got this beautiful double door looking onto the magnificent mountain views, and it leads out onto the front sort of stoop patio area.
And outside is where the zen really hits.
So I think what the house so beautifully encompasses is the fact that the indoor and outdoor spaces becomes almost like the same area. So outdoor spaces like the one we're sitting in now is a beautiful sort of lounge setup with the round plunge pool. But again, that sort of circular organic shape comes through. And this is really a space for people to enjoy sort of when you're in the living area or in the bedroom, it just flows out onto this. And then ultimately also onto the gardens. So you've got the veggie patch on the one side that when you stay here, you can obviously use and utilize. And then there's also like the sort of stream that flows from the top end of the property down to the bottom. So all of those sort of zen moments that's created within the outer footprint of the building itself.
And just when you think the relaxation can't get any better, there's one last escape, a rooftop deck with sweeping mountain views. This getaway truly has it all. Who else is suddenly in the mood for yoga, herbal tea, and cancelling all plans?
Oh, this is interesting.
Yes, actually, it's from a brand from Benin. His name is Tej. Absolutely adore him. He's one of the feature brands out here. He's young, he's fun, he's just eclectic.
I love it.
Yeah.
We've been talking a lot about the clothing, but we haven't talked about the footwear. What is going on here?
What is this? The mastercraft of this is incredible.
Stunning.
Looking at how it looks like, the hide, the quality and the detailing, what it feels like. I mean, I'm obsessed with them.
Me too.
And I was literally begging. I said, I need this in my size. Well,
Nice.
yeah.
All right, let's go back downstairs.
Let's find you an outfit.
Yes.
If you're going on the red carpet, and I mean you need something that's fancy.
Ooh. I'm ready. It's comfortable as well as stylish, of course. And fun. Lots and lots of fun. Let me see myself. Wow.
Absolutely stunning.
This is the silhouette, the way it falls, the fabric, and even the color too.
Literally, it looks so gorgeous on you.
This is a sign. Yes, it's a sign. So for yourself, what to you defines great African fashion right now?
To me, to be honest, Africa is literally taking the forefront. We're seeing brands like Hatumba, Kalenta. We're seeing brands like in the space of Africa pioneering when it comes to fashion.
100%.
So I think what defines us is edgy, different, but also heritage and culture. How we mix and transact that into a piece is magnificent.
100%.
Yeah, so for me, Africa is something that just creates a world of experiment. And that's what we do.
Yes.
Experiment in different ways and we just make it our own.
Absolutely. Reinventing, recreating, and having fun with it. I think that is what fashion is all about.
Exactly.
Afromax reporter Colette Prince shines a spotlight on 3 Ghanaian women redefining success in male-dominated industries.
Ghanaian women are doing it for themselves and they're not asking for permission. I found 3 ladies from Ghana that are taking it on and slaying. Coming in at number 3, architect Nana Akua Burme. She's built her own lane in an industry that wasn't exactly built for women.
I literally started this firm with my baby in a cot next to me. Half of my staff have been having their babies whilst working, and it's become something of a character of this firm.
While raising a child, she was also building one of Ghana's most exciting studios. But why did she choose architecture?
What's special about architecture is that it's so specific. No 2 clients are the same, no 2 sites are the same, no 2 needs or briefs are the same. For every project, we look at it really from a blank canvas, and the design process is worked out from asking the right questions and teasing out what is the most suitable for this particular project.
Architecture has long been a boys' club. So Nana is making sure more young women get through the door.
We are a largely female architectural firm. Somehow, women have always liked to work with us because we do make room for our special needs, which is pregnancy, maternity, and all that. There's so many people who are trained here of the same like-minded people who have gone out and are doing marvelous things.
Not just building spaces, but making sure more women are taking up spaces too. Love it. And that brings me to number 2 on my Superwoman list, Sue Aram Kumar, jeweler, but not as you know it.
I've always been very interested in the concept of recycling. In undergrad, my thesis was on recycling of metal in Ghana, and my eyes were open to so many things.
Sue started her brand with one thing in mind, protecting Ghana's natural resources. So she doesn't use newly mined gold.
We have a buyback program, which we initiated about 5 years ago, where we encourage customers to walk in and sell their old gold products to us for cash.
A master jeweler, her piece is incredible. But has it been easy in a male-dominated industry?
Is having men work for you. It's been challenging. I've had men come and work for me, and after a few months, they'll tell me they can't take instructions from a woman, so I should give instructions to another man so that the man can give them the instructions, but I can't directly address them. And it's been really challenging. I've heard it all, but I think I'm a strong person, and I know this is what I'm meant to do, and I'm just doing it.
And at number 1, Leslie Loko, the first African woman to curate at the Venice Architectural Biennale. And yes, that's really major.
So for me, Africa has always been the place of the future. It's always been the testing ground for the future in a way. And again, it comes back to the point that we are simultaneously the world's youngest continent and the world's oldest continent. You know, everybody on this planet came from Africa at one point.
At this Biennale, she shifted the entire lineup. More than half the voices, now African. And that's in a space that's always been seen as very European. Leslie has always been ahead of the curve. Even 20 years ago, she was designing buildings differently, like this, her home in Accra, made partly with clay bricks. Even then, she was ahead of her time.
Depending really on the way you live, you have, to a lesser or greater extent, control over your environment. And I think the trick for many kind of modernizing African cities is how to adapt a way of life, a way of working, a way of living that was really designed for a different kind of climate for this one.
Is there anything Leslie can't do? World-renowned architect, academic with a PhD, and an international best-selling author.
Being an architect shaped me as a writer. Somehow a Biennale is the perfect bringing together of two worlds. Growing up in Ghana, my first window onto the rest of the world was through books.
And there you have it, 3 Ghanaian women who aren't just slaying, they're staying.
Next up, we're off to Kinshasa in the DRC, where a bold creative is building a comic scene from scratch. She's also opening the doors for the new wave of storytellers. Meet Gloria Maluku.
Comics in Congo face huge challenges, such as high printing costs, piracy, and almost no distribution. So Gloria built his own studio by self-publishing and making use of social media.
I started making comics from childhood until university. My mother advised me to go to the Academy of Fine Arts. I chose comics primarily because I found it easy to create comics, animated comics. To fight against theft, to fight against mediocrity, to fight against discrimination. It is through comics that I have conveyed my message.
Gloria Maluku had already spent years turning his own school notebooks into universes. Now he is using that experience to open doors for young artists across the DRC. No sponsors, no big budget, just a dream and the hustle to turn followers into readers in a country where comics barely exist.
It's stability. It's the stability I have today because we started somewhere. We have excellent equipment. Equipment on the same level with that of an international artist. From a cartoonist whose work can be found elsewhere, abroad in Europe or America. Before, that wasn't the case. And when that wasn't the case, I didn't cross my arms. I worked hard. It was ambition and vision that brought me to where I am today. And today, I am stable.
Gloria wants the DRC to be part of history. In recent years, African comic culture has been growing globally, from Lagos Comic Con established in 2012 and Nairobi Comic Con established in 2014. These stories celebrate African themes and heroes. In DRC, comics have been part of the art scene since the 1950s, but the production of each edition of comics is way below what other markets are producing. and distribution almost non-existent. Lately, the country has been organizing comic fairs to bring together comic artists like Gloria. But this is not just a story about how far Gloria has come, it's also about who is walking in behind him. Now, 19 artists are drawing their first big break, a 76-page comic that could rewrite Congo's creative future.
What I would like readers to feel first of all is that they can recognize themselves in my stories, that they can travel and that they can defend a cause, that they feel like heroes, because I've always said to myself that I'm here to make them heroes of tomorrow. So I would like them to be able to immerse themselves in it and be able to travel in it too.
Just as they are getting confident with their lines, another question walks into the room. What happens when machine can draw faster than all of them?
AI can never breathe life into a work of art. That's a certainty. AI is not a professional skill. AI helps us because it's a tool. It's part of the documentation tools. No one can refuse AI. But you have to know how to use it. The worst part is that amateurs or non-professionals misuse it. That's the problem. But for a professional, AI is one of the tools.
From Lagos to Kinshasa, African comics are rising. And for these young Congolese artists, the fight isn't just against blank pages, it's against invisibility. Their stories are the revolution.
Today has been a celebration of Africa's rhythm and imagination. And it's a reminder that the future isn't waiting, it's here, right now. That's it from me. Don't forget to keep in touch on our socials. Until next time, bye.
AIT, sharing the African experience.
Entertainment just got bigger. Welcome to AIT Music Plus. A beautiful Monday to enjoy quality and premium entertainment. Today's Tuesday, my radio show.
It's a midweek edition where we get to explore to another beautiful Thursday where we take you down memory lane.
The home of sound, star, variety, and stardom. If it's trending, if it's buzzing, if it's making waves, you will find it here. AIT Music Plus, we redefine entertainment.
So make a notebook.
Yes, so I can do this thing well.
Wallahi, so Tanya, as I just put my hand for your laps, the pen don't go.
You go.
I feel like if you're the one communicating with them, it will be smoother. You can learn French, you know. It's not hard though. Did I ask you to check for the safety of the house? Or did I ask you to stay in the house?
Calm down now. I only left for less than 5 hours. I came back and everything was good.
So you are wicked, though. How far the assignment?
Everything go well, madam. I found this house exactly 12 o'clock. I did this house.
Good. So, what happened?
This is a magical land where the 4 great ancient civilizations once intertwined. For over 2,000 years, countless people have been inspired and nourished, crafting legendary stories. These stories are like spring water in an oasis and everlasting, passed down through the ages. This land is called Dunhuang.
AIT, sharing the African experience.
For many Nigerians, security conversations often begin with anxiety and end with uncertainty. But not every security story is about fear and loss. Sometimes the story is about progress. Other times, it is about results. And increasingly, it is about signs that difficult efforts may finally be yielding measurable outcomes. Hello and welcome to Security Scoop, the program that beams the spotlight on critical security developments shaping nations, institutions, and societies across the world. Here on Africa Independent Television, the station that puts security first. I am Ada Bison Omange. When Security Scope returns, we bring you a closer look at recent development in Nigeria's fight against terror and why they may be reshaping the country's security response. Stay tuned. While recent developments signal a shift in Nigeria's terror war is our matter of the moment this week. If Nigeria's war against terror is quietly entering a new phase, a phase where success is no longer measured by arrest alone, but by convictions, by deterrence, by accountability. Recent terrorism cases have ended in death sentences and lengthy prison terms. At the same time, several wrongly arrested Nigerians have also been released and compensated after investigations cleared them. So, what exactly is changing is the Department of State Services under Director General Adeola Oluwatosin Ajayi redefining Nigeria's counterterrorism strategy. And could this mark a major shift in the country's fight against terror? This week, we examine what these developments could mean for deterrence, accountability, and the future of Nigeria's counterterrorism response. Let's take a look. Terror does not announce itself. It strikes without warning. In churches, in mosques, in schools, on highways, in markets, in homes. That is the war Nigeria is fighting. And much of that war is fought away from cameras, but inside intelligence cells, interrogation rooms, and courtrooms. At the center of that effort is the Department of State Services. Since President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed Adeola Oluwatosin Ajayi as Director General in 2024, the DSS has intensified intelligence-led operations targeting terrorism, kidnappings, arms trafficking, terror financing, and violence extremism. The results are becoming increasingly visible in the courts. In recent months, multiple convictions secured from DSS investigations have delivered some of the toughest sentences yet in Nigeria's counterterrorism fight. On May 20, 2026, in Ekiti State, convicted kidnappers Ibrahim Abubakar and Abdullahi Abubakar were sentenced to death by hanging. On June 22, 2026, in Sokoto State, Muhammad Yusuf Salau, Jabi Al-Haji Ali, and Kabir Muhammad received death sentences for terrorism and arms proliferation. On June 16, 2026, in Kogi State, kidnapper murderer Jibrin Halilu was sentenced to death. On June 15, 2026, in Katsina State, convicted arms courier Hawawu Mukhtar received the death sentence. On June 3, 2026, in the Our Church massacre case, 4 suspects, Idris Abdul Malik Omeiza, Al-Qasim Idris, Jamil Abdul Malik, and Abdul Karim Idris, were sentenced to death for terrorism and conspiracy.
Us as a people who believe in oneness, as a people who believe in celebration of culture, and as a people who believe in unity. This is colorful, and I would say that as far as the Nigerian Tourism Development Authority is concerned, our mandate is to market Nigeria. And we cannot market Nigeria without talking about the unique stories that Nigeria carry. This particular festival, if we are to tell the story of this festival, we are going to invite as many international tourists to Nigeria.
The country is extremely blessed with human and material resources. Every component of the country is extremely blessed. So I believe that the sky is our limit in the country and in this particular community.
Yes, if they can really partner with us and help us with this, I will be very happy. The federal government can even bring it on a higher level than this. We really appreciate it from Ilorin. I'm from Ilorin and I really like our culture. They make it more popular. We pray that by next year to see even more bigger than this.
Beyond the Doba, Ilorin's culture filled public spaces. The state-sponsored Ilea Groove at the Kwara State Amusement Park brought together traditional and contemporary arts, while the Ewa Ilorin Sala Fiesta at the IBD Promotion Grounds featured live performances that blended modern Nigerian music with the festival's communal atmosphere.
Seeing a lot of beautiful faces. I can see your beautiful faces. And the ladies behind me, they are very, very beautiful. The importance of the Doba Festival is to acknowledge the relevance of culture in Ilorin. Ilorin is a very rich culture in heritage, the prestige, the way they act. See the display now, you can see for yourself. I think the Doba Festival is really, really relevant to celebrate our culture among each other.
First time exploring, so I just
just love it, the way I'm seeing new things.
All the women here are so beautiful. That means it means that Ilorin women, we are so fine. Kwara State women, we are so fine and beautiful. And I love the event, the program, everything, the way they are doing, the way everybody is here, we're gathering. I love everything.
Ileya 2026 was therefore more than a seasonal gathering. It was a reaffirmation of Ilorin's heritage as a city built on migration, faith, and mutual respect. As the horses slowed and the drumming faded, the festival left behind the reminder that Ilorin's strength lies in its history, its living traditions, and the enduring bond between its people and the land they call home.
Partners and investors gathered. The message was clear. After 21 years, Calabar Carnival now speaks for the nation and reaches for beyond its borders.
Rethinking our collective destiny. This is the heartbeat of Carnival Calabar 2026. On May 31st, the theme for the 21st edition was unveiled in Lagos, not in Calabar, but in the city that holds Nigeria's business and media pulse. The message was clear. This festival has outgrown one state. It now belongs to the nation, and it speaks to the world. The room told the story. Those who built the carnival's foundation sat beside those who would shape its future. Diplomats leaned in. Broadcast partners nodded. Culture was not on the sidelines here. It was the agenda. Because after 21 years, Carnival Calabar is no longer just a December event. It is a statement of who we are.
We've been holding the events from point to point. I think last time we had in Abuja. All this is to make sure that our sponsors, who are party to making the carnival what it is today, are also what I would say partners in progress. We've gone to some other places, and this time around we're Lagos. You know, we can't be talking to ourselves at home all the time. And Carnival is becoming a global event. So that's why we are coming here, so that this will afford almost all our sponsors and all the other Carnival fans and revelers to come and see the unveiling. I think from here they will begin to know what will happen.
They have already put everything in place. As a commissioner for works and infrastructure, we have put the necessary infrastructure in place for the hosting of the Carnival Calabar 2026. It's going to be something that we've never witnessed before. So today we're in the Eco Hotel, venue for the unveiling. So I use this medium to invite all Lagosians, people from all over walks of life from all parts of the country to come to Calabar, because the infrastructural development we have put in place is going to complement the tourism potential of Cross River State.
It will be 3 or 4 times bigger than what you have seen before. The state has moved from one level to another from the last time. Since we came into office, since His Excellency came into office, it's been one better carnival after another. And this one is not going to be different. This one is going to be exponential. From the hotels that we are fixing, from the roads, from security, from the environment, the golf course is okay for visitors that will be golfing. The waterfalls, our tourist sites are okay. So you're not coming just for the carnival, you're coming for an experience.
Carnival Calabar was born from a simple idea. Let Nigeria dance with its own rhythm. Modeled after the great carnivals of Rio and Trinidad, but fed by Efak, Kwa, Ejagam, Boki and Yakor traditions, it turned Calabar into the country's cultural capital every December. 2 decades later, The festival does three things at once. It preserves, it performs, it prospers. Rethinking our collective destiny moves the conversation beyond logistics and sponsorships. It asks deeper questions. What parts of our past must we carry forward? What new stories must we tell? And what will the children dancing today remember tomorrow? Across Calabar, the answer is already in motion. In workshops, band leaders are drawing new visions. Tellers are cutting cloth that will become moving art. Choreographers are teaching young dancers steps that their grandparents knew, but giving them a modern beat. The 12-kilometer carnival route will again turn into a living museum, but 2026 will feel closer to home. Organizers are pushing for more community engagement, more young voices interpreting heritage in their own language. This is tradition, but not trapped in glass. It is tradition working, dancing, and also singing.
It has to be a very greater event than the previous one. And we promise you that we're going to be there. In a country like ours, this is what is expected. If a state can champion an event like this, a cultural festival, year in, year out, bringing people together from all over the world, it's huge. Making his people to be happy, contributing to their living. You can hear the costume, locally fabricated. You can imagine what the locals will benefit from it.
And this is what stands out the Carnival Calabar genre amongst other carnivals of the world. We took the framework from Trinidad and Tobago, cultural presentation, but mechanized and floats that can speak to their viewers. We got them from Brazil, not undermining our culture. It is on this note that I announce the Band of the Year, the 10th Band of the Year for 2025, Traces of Time, Passion 4.
You may ask why this fidelity with the Calabar Carnival. Well, simply because it's one of the most amazing visits and events I have attended in the almost 2 years that I've been in Nigeria as the EU ambassador. In a country where you are confronting regularly with sad news in the press, which are also spread internationally, Calabar Carnival is here to show this smiling and happy face of Nigeria. It is here to remind that Nigeria is also joy, color, beauty, elegance, inventiveness, and people celebrating together in a peaceful atmosphere. And this happens in a wonderful corner of Nigeria called Cross River, and the carnival is making it more and more famous internationally.
This is also where culture meets the economy. Every December, Calabar changes, hotel rooms fill, flights land full, taxi drivers work late, restaurants run out of seats, hairdressers, fashion vendors, photographers, an entire city earns from the rhythm. Unveiling the theme in Lagos was strategic. It brought sponsors to the table early. It told investors, Carnival Calabar is not just color, it is a brand, it is a market.
Well, the theme for this year is rethinking our collective destiny. rethinking our collective destiny. Last year, we had what was called shared prosperity. And it's very clear that we've set up foundations that are carrying us right to a new pedestal. That pedestal which we are going to enjoy the real season of sweetness, which we started propagating right from the first day that we took office. Times and economy has been tough, the whole country, not just the country, but the whole world. But we thank God because our economy is negotiating a positive trend. As all the fiscal indices and data are falling to proper perspective. Cross River State as a sub-sovereign is not left out. We've rejigged and strengthened our foundation in a way that Cross Riverians, even Nigerians, are going to be very proud of this sub-sovereign.
Culturally, Carnival Calabar is memory in motion. The Ekpe Secret Society, once the guardian of the folklore and spirituality, now steps onto the street as performance and pride. The Efak and the Kwa masquerade, with their towering headpieces, speak in drum and chant. Traditional war dances meet modern sound. Nothing is frozen, everything is alive. History works here too. Calabar was once a major port in the transatlantic trade. The Slave History Museum and the Old Residency remind us of that pain. Carnival does not hide it.
From Ileya's prayers and Doba in Kwara to the unveiling of Carnival Calabar in Lagos State, this moment show culture in motion. They stay alive through shared meals, costumes, music, dance, and the work of many hands. Each event had its own mood, yet both remind us that heritage moves forward through the people who practice it every day. Such gatherings also help daily life. They welcome visitors, they support makers, traders, drivers, cooks, and many others. They fill hotels and market stores. The link between them is simple. African festivals carry meaning. They catch the eye of the people near and far, and they remain in the care of the people who keep them alive. These celebrations are not just dates on the calendar. They are living parts of who we are and places where the past speaks, the present finds joy, and the future takes shapes through music, movement, and community. That is our package for you this week. I hope you enjoyed every bit of it. Until next time, embrace Africa, live Africa, and promote Africa. I am Ibarweho Dokbesi Udwimo. See you next week. Thanks for joining us on AIT Report. I am Onoshorena Obozege. You're welcome. We start with some good news with another batch of evacuation flight from South Africa that has arrived in Lagos with 269 Nigerians. And this batch of Nigerians evacuated from South Africa has arrived at the Muritala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos State at 10:48 a.m. this Tuesday, 30th June 2026, with 269 returnees on board. The 269 returnees were escorted by officials of the Nigerian mission in South Africa. They were received at the airport by senior officials of the ministry, led by the Director, African Affairs Department, Ambassador Haruna Ali Gombe. Ambassador Ali Gombe conveyed the goodwill and assurances of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, to the returnees. He affirmed the federal government's commitment to safeguarding the welfare and safety of all Nigerians living abroad. With the 30th June deadline for undocumented foreigners to exit South Africa now in effect, the ministry reiterates that the evacuation exercise is ongoing. Additional flights are expected in the coming days to airlift all Nigerians who have been screened and cleared for voluntary return. The federal government will continue to engage South African authorities at the highest level to ensure the protection of Nigerian nationals in the country. And prospective corps members will now undergo a 6-week orientation program instead of 3, as the Executive Council of the Federation approves major reforms of the National Youth Service Corps scheme. The reforms also introduced a civilian head for the first time in its 53-year history. AIT State House correspondent Yemi Adebayo reports.
The National Youth Service Corps scheme, established in 1973, is set for major restructuring aimed at strengthening national service delivery. The Executive Council of the Federation, chaired by President Bola Tinubu at the Presidential Villa Abuja, approved the reforms. Briefing State House correspondents after the meeting, Minister of Youth Development Ayodele Olawande said the review began in 2025 with key ministries. He said it identified weak links between education and jobs, outdated laws, and safety concerns for corps members. A civilian director general will now head the scheme, supported by executive directors and a security directorate.
The goals are simple and straightforward. We want to build an NYC out of just mobilization of program. We are looking and working for the strong partnership for skill development, job creations, possibility, and national growth.
NYSC will be civilian-led with clarity of the fact that we need to build the skill set of our youth to enable them function and support the government in building a $1 trillion economy.
Earlier, President Bola Tinubu saw in new federal commissioners of the Revenue Mobilization and Fiscal Commission and the National Population Commission before the meeting, the first federal council meeting in over 2 months. Yemi Adebayo, AIT News, Abuja.
The Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, Owerri Zone, has threatened industrial action and disruption of academic activities in state-owned universities of Anambra and Imo State. Addressing journalists in Oka, Anambra State, the zonal coordinator, Professor Dennis Aribodo, said the union is concerned over unresolved issues at the Chukwuemeka Odumego Ojukwu University, COOU, and Imo State University, IMSU. He called on Governors Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra State and Hope Uzodimma of Imo State to intervene urgently to avert a shutdown. The union also expressed worry over the non-implementation of the 2025 federal government ASU agreement in the 2 states-owned universities.
Has commenced in many state-owned universities in Nigeria. It is certain that such has not happened in Anambra State and in Imo State. Also, what is done, therefore, calls on all well-meaning citizens of Nigeria, especially the traditional and religious institutions, civil society organizations, parents, student groups, as well as critical stakeholders in the university education system to prevail on the visitor to Chukwuemeka Odumegwu University, who is the governor of Anambra State, and the visitor of Imo State University, who is also the governor of Imo State, to commence the implementation of the 2025 FGN ASU agreement in order to uphold industrial harmony. Continued delay of the implementation serves no useful purpose and only aggravates industrial tension within the affected universities. ASU Owerri Zone cannot continue to watch while our members in the state universities are subjected to poor welfare conditions. Injury to one is injury to all. And that's
The Owerri Zone of ASU covers both federal and state government-owned universities in Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, and Imo states. Still talking ASU matters, the Academic Staff Union of Universities ASU Benin Zone has raised alarm over what it describes as the continued refusal of Edo, Ondo, and Delta state governments to implement the 2025 federal government ASU agreement in their state-owned universities. At a press conference in Benin City, Edo State on Monday, the union says after waiting for 6 months without any concrete action, lecturers are now mobilizing for an indefinite strike. AIT's Osarose Sado has details.
Thousands of students in 7 state-owned universities across Edo, Ondo and Delta states, the fear of another prolonged academic shutdown is fast becoming a reality. At a press briefing in Benin City, Edo State capital on Monday, officials of the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, Benin Zone, expressed frustrations over what they described as the failure of the 3 state governments to implement the 2025 federal government ASU agreement.
Our members in these institutions are being shortchanged by the governors and visitors of Edo, Ondo, and Delta states, who, of course, have failed to provide the financial backing required for the implementation of this agreement.
ASU maintains that it remains committed to industrial harmony, but insists that peace can only be sustained when agreements freely entered into are honored, and urges the 3 state governments to act swiftly to avert another disruption of academic activities.
That all accrued arrears from January 2026 must be paid in full without further delay, with all sense of responsibility, that any failure or further prevarication by the 3 state governments will inevitably provoke what we have said already, a total, comprehensive, and indefinite strike action.
Osarose Sado, AIT News Benin.
In an effort to reduce the over 22 million out-of-school children in Nigeria, the federal government is set to unveil the Digital National Education Information Management System, DNEMIS, in a bid to modernize education administration through technology and data-driven management. At a press briefing in Abuja, the National Project Coordinator of the Special Programs, Operations and Implementation Unit in the Office of the Minister of Education, Adebayo Oni-Gbanjo, disclosed that more than 32 million students have already been enrolled on the digital platform. According to him, the platform forms the backbone of the Nigeria Education Data Infrastructure (NEDI), an initiative under the Government Education Sector Renewal Initiative designed to provide reliable, timely, and integrated education data for planning, budgeting, policymaking, and service delivery. Responding to questions on how the platform would help address the challenge of Nigeria's out-of-school children, Oni-Gbanjo said the availability of accurate data would enable government to identify learning gaps, monitor students' progress, and make targeted investment where they are most needed.
This and NEDI infrastructure is really trying to get us to that position.
So by having data, I think today we have 32 million students already on the platform. That's starting giving us an indication of where the students are. We're also understanding their journey from when they start and when they drop out. This is immediately giving us insight into where their challenges and where the investments need to go. The reason children drop out of school sometimes is because there's no next opportunity for them to get into the classroom.
Addressing concerns over data privacy, he said the system was developed on globally recognized digital architecture with strong safeguards to protect personal information. According to him, sensitive information would be masked, while digital identity profiles will be allowed authorized users to associate data securely without exposing personal details. The federal government has reaffirmed its commitment to integrating climate adaptation into water, sanitation and hygiene, WASH planning at both the national and sub-national levels to strengthen Nigeria's resilience to the growing impact of climate change. The Minister of Water Resources and Sanitation, Professor Joseph Utsef, stated this at the 3rd Annual National Climate Change and WASH Conference in Abuja.
As climate change continues to trigger devastating floods, prolonged droughts, erratic rainfall and declining water quality across the country, the federal government says building climate-resilient water, sanitation and hygiene systems has become an urgent national priority.
The Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation remains committed to integrating climate resilience into all aspects of water resources management and waste system delivery. Through ongoing reforms, investment and partnerships.
Experts at the conference called on governments at the national and sub-national levels to mainstream climate adaptation into WASH policies, strengthen early warning systems, protect water resources and invest in resilient infrastructure capable of withstanding climate-related shocks.
That climate change becomes a national priority and that every water source or scheme, small or large, every sanitation facility, every hygiene program we invest in from today will have the capacity to withstand climate shocks and address the vulnerability of our people wherever they are located.
The conference also highlighted the need for sustainable financing, innovation, stronger governance and greater community participation to ensure long-term access to safe, reliable and climate-resilient water and sanitation services.
The Nigerian oil and gas regulatory sector is taking steps to strengthen transparency and regulatory certainty as part of effort to attract investment and drive sustainable growth in the petroleum industry. At the 2026 General Counsel and Legal Advisors Forum in Abuja, stakeholders examined strategies for boosting investor confidence through effective implementation of the Petroleum Industry Act. Our correspondent, Nkoli Omodu, has more.
In the sense that we
gathered here in Abuja are lawyers, regulators and industry experts for a 2-day General Counsel and Legal Advisors Forum organized by the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA. The forum provides a platform to examine emerging legal and regulatory issues shaping Nigeria's petroleum industry and chart a course for a more predictable investment climate.
The focus is increasingly on how the law is being implemented, how regulations are operating in practice, how markets are responding to reforms, and how investors are assessing opportunities, as well as how institutions are working together to achieve the objectives that the legislation envisioned.
From the onset, if I have an idea what is expected of me and how I'm supposed to go about it, it shouldn't be a problem. What it means is that I can start and there is a certainty to what I'm doing, but if I'm not sure and I'm not clear, what it means is that I can start halfway and then regulatory compliance can now be a problem for me.
Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Oil, Hanneken Lokbebiri, says the forum offers regulators and industry players an opportunity to identify implementation challenges under the Petroleum Industry Act and develop practical solutions that will strengthen the sector.
I believe that this forum is carefully
created with a view to ensuring that there's consensus built at all times. Where a regulation is ambiguous, you are the ones that your clients will call. When compliance obligation is technically met but commercially absurd, you are the one who will have to resolve the contradictions.
Recommendations from this forum themed Beyond Compliance, Driving Regulatory Certainty and Investment Confidence in Nigeria's Petroleum Sector are expected to improve regulatory effectiveness, deepen investor confidence, and support sustainable growth across Nigeria's petroleum value chain. Nkoli Omodu, AIT News, Abuja.
The Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Kudirat Kekere-Ekun, has urged judges, legal practitioners to embrace digital technology to fast-track administration of justice in the country. Justice Kekere-Ekun, in a keynote address during the opening ceremony of the NBA Lagos Week, stressed that adaptation of digital tools is an imperative rather than an option, as she acknowledges the conservative nature of the legal profession to align traditional legal practices with modern technology realities.
Gathered inside this hall are senior legal practitioners, including serving and retired judges, former president and incumbent president of the Nigerian Bar Association, NBA. The Chief Justice of the Federation, Justice Kudirat Kekere-Ekun, in a keynote address with his team, Lawyering in the Digital Age, Navigating Technology, Justice and Innovation, highlighted the need to align traditional legal practices with modern technological realities.
Judges, no less than lawyers, must be equipped to evaluate increasingly sophisticated technologies while remaining faithful to the constitutional values that define the judicial office.
She redefined legal practice at the intersection of law, technology, and justice, focusing on how artificial intelligence and digital technology can enhance efficiency without compromising fairness.
It's not whether AI will replace lawyers. It is whether lawyers will develop the knowledge, adaptability, and professional discipline necessary to remain indispensable.
Governor Baji Somolu was represented here by the SSG, Abimbola Saliu Kundeye. Others include the chairman, Nigerian Bar Association, Uchenna Okunedo Akinga, need to fast-track administration of justice in the country through technology.
Today, artificial intelligence can draft documents, analyze case law, and predict legal outcomes in seconds. But while technology can process information, it cannot replace judgment. Technology has transformed how we practice law, electronic communication, e-filing, e-service, virtual hearings, digital seals, online dispute resolution, artificial intelligence, and so many more have become a part of our daily lives.
Obiunume, AIT News, Lagos.
The Economic Community of West African State Court of Justice has launched an electronic case management system to enhance judicial efficiency and improve access to justice across West Africa. Speaking at the unveiling in Abuja, President of the Court, Justice Ricardo Goncalves, said the digital platform will simplify court processes, reduce delays, and make case management more accessible for legal practitioners and litigants across member states. The multilingual system allows for electronic filing, digital documentation, case tracking, and secure communication, eliminating many of the challenges associated with manual procedures.
Benefits will be obvious for all users. Legal professionals will now be able to submit documents and remotely monitor cases. Litigants, on the other hand, will be able to benefit from easier access and more rapid processing. The member states will have an even deeper trust in a modern and more efficient justice system, and the judges now have better tools with which to manage their cases. And the court's registry will have a wholly digital and more efficient administration.
Court officials say the innovation is expected to strengthen transparency, accountability, and confidence in the region's justice system while promoting faster case resolution.
The ECMS was conceived to build a platform that will remove those barriers, reduce delays, cut costs, and place this court where it belongs, within reach of every person in our community who needs it. Technology alone does not deliver justice. People do. A system that users do not understand or do not trust cannot fulfill its purpose.
ECMS has put everything together. It's an integration. You have the files coming in. Everything that is happening in the court is being documented in various formats, documents, case notes, audio files, video recordings. All the links are brought into ECMS. So when you open a case, you have everything you need to know about that case. Even the judgments when they're given.
The court aims to register at least 80% of legal practitioners on the platform within 6 months, with a long-term goal of becoming a fully digital judicial institution by 2030. A federal high court in Abuja has fixed July 7 for the hearing of a suit challenging the emergence of Donald Duke as the presidential candidate of the People's Redemption Party, PRP. The case was brought by another aspirant in the party, Yakubu Kinsley, who is asking the court to invalidate Duke's nomination on the ground that he allegedly failed to satisfy the requirement for the contest. During proceedings, counsel for the claimant, Felix Ipoga, told Justice Mohammed Umaru that the motion seeking permission to serve court papers on Duke had become unnecessary because the former Cross River State governor had already responded to the suit by filing a preliminary objection and an affidavit. Ipoga subsequently withdrew the ex parte application, which the judge struck out. Justice Umaru also directed that hearing notices be served on the PRP, Duke, and the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, ahead of the next adjourned date. In the claimant's originating summons, he said he met all conditions for the race, including payment for 20 million naira for the expression of interest at nomination forms, submission of the required endorsement, and successful screening by the party. He alleged that Duke's name was not contained in the PRP membership register submitted to INEC on May 4, 2026, contrary to electoral rules require political parties to forward such registers at least 21 days before primaries. The Federal High Court in Abuja has cleared the leadership of the All Democratic Alliance, ADA, led by Akin Rickard, to commence registration process of the political party. Delivering judgment on Monday, Justice Peter Lifu directed the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to provide the registration access code to the faction led by Akin Rickard within 42 hours. The judge held that INEC acted outside the law when it earlier issued the code to Umaru Ado, stating that Ado was not an authorized official of the association. The court consequently voided every step taken through that access. In addition, the court ordered the electoral body to reopen its digital registration portal for 7 days, giving ADA's recognized leadership enough time to submit all required documents, including its membership register. The legal dispute arose after ADA challenged INEC's decision to deal with Ado rather than the leadership recognized by the association. The claimant argued that documents previously uploaded were submitted without lawful authority and should not stand. You're still watching AIT Report. We'll take a short break and return for more stories.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, online.
You're welcome back to more stories now. The Delta State Police Command says its intensified intelligence-led policing strategy is already paying off with the arrest of some kidnapped gangs across the state. The Commissioner of Police, CP Yemi Adeniyi, stated this during his second quarter press briefing held at the command's headquarters in Asaba. AIT's Adiri Akpomerin has the details.
Second quarter press briefing on the achievements of the Delta State Police Command in their fight against criminality. The Commissioner of Police, CP Yemi Adeniyi, narrates how the command's intelligence strategies led to the arrest of some suspected kidnappers.
The suspect later identified as Ilyasu Hassan, 16 years old, and Idris Abdul Karim, aged 32 years, were arrested on 22nd June 2026 at about 20:30 hours after emerging from a nearby forest to purchase food and medication. Following the arrest, the victim of an earlier kidnapping incident identified the suspect as part of those who attempted to kidnap him.
The police chief also spoke on how some murder suspects were arrested at different locations.
The suspect stated that the argument started when deceased found out that he is married to a woman based in the United States of America. And in the process of the argument, he stabbed her on the neck, stomach, and thighs. Suspect is in custody and investigation is ongoing.
Concluding the briefing, CP Yemi Adeniyi reiterated the command's determination to make Delta a secured state for residents. Ejiri Akpomerieni, AIT News, Asaba.
The Osun State Police Command has arrested one Karim Sahid, popularly known as Tafiani, over the alleged murder of 14-year-old Olakpade Ezekiel during a political clash in Ilobu, Irekpodun local government area of the state. The police command, at the wake of the violence in the area, also arrested 24 suspects allegedly linked to cult-related killings, political thuggery, and other violent crimes across the state.
Briefing journalists at the command headquarters in Osogbo on Monday, the Commissioner of Police Ibrahim Gonta said a total of 24 suspects, including Said Karim, had been arrested in connection with political violence and court-related offences across the state. Gonta said the arrest reflected the command's determination to dismantle criminal networks and restore confidence among residents.
The command is fully aware of the recent court-related killings and acts of thuggery threatening the peace of the state, some of which have been given political undertones. Through intensified operations, the command has arrested several suspects linked to those crimes and remains committed to ensuring the safety and security of all residents.
Meanwhile, Said Karim denied involvement in the killing of Ezekiel Olakpade while speaking to journalists, claiming he seized one of the guns and later handed it over to an Accord party leader who came to the council with them.
I was alleged of murder, but I didn't know anything about it. On that Friday, I go to my duty as a executive assistant of the chairman of the local government. I went to local government on that Friday. There were political disagreements. That is how we started fighting. And I went to one of the talk. I carry his gun. As I carry his gun, we started drag the gun between ourselves. That's how the two parties, they say I should give him his gun.
The police commissioner reiterated the command's commitment to maintaining law and order before during and after forthcoming elections. Olatunde Olajide, AIT News, Osogbo.
Gombe State Governor Muhammadu Inuwa Yahaya is calling on residents to play a more active role in protecting their communities, launching the Unite Against Terror campaign in a statewide broadcast. The governor says defeating terrorism requires vigilance, cooperation, and a united front.
As we continue to make progress
Governor Inuwa Yahaya says although Gombe remains one of the most peaceful states in the Northeast, emerging security threats demand greater public vigilance. He described insecurity as the biggest threat to development and commending the armed forces, police, secret police, civil defense, and other security agencies in their sacrifice in protecting lives and property.
Day and night, in the face of grave danger, you stand guard over our communities.
The governor highlighted key security initiatives introduced by his administration, including Ministry of Internal Security, Internal Affairs, GOSTEC, Operation Hatara, and support to community vigilante groups. He says intelligence from residents remain critical in preventing crime and urge citizens to promptly sense suspicious movements and activities.
I therefore call on every resident of Gombe State to be security conscious and vigilant at all times.
Also reaffirmed his commitment as chairman of Northern State Governors Forum to strengthen regional cooperation against criminal elements. He called on traditional rulers, religious leaders, youth, and community groups to support the Unite Against Terror campaign, stressing that lasting peace can only be achieved through collective responsibility and sustained support for security agencies. The governor urged residents to remain vigilant and work together to preserve the peace and stability Gombe State continues to enjoy. Chika Udamko, AIT News, Gombe.
No fewer than 100 students from Gombe State studying in various higher institutions across Nigeria have received a cash support of 100,000 naira each, amounting to 10 million naira from the Velocity Humanitarian Foundation. The educational intervention is aimed at easing the financial burden of beneficiaries and supporting their academic pursuit amid the country's current economic challenges. The event, held in Gombe State, attracted stakeholders from the education sector and other walks of life who gathered to witness the disbursement of the funds generously provided by philanthropist and co-founder of the foundation, Engineer Aliyu Mohammed Kumbat. Our correspondent reports that the intervention has brought renewed hope to many students struggling to meet their educational expenses.
It was a moment of joy and excitement as students from Gombe State studying in various tertiary institutions across Nigeria gathered to receive educational support from the Velocity Humanitarian Foundation. Each of the 100 beneficiaries received 100,000 naira to assist with tuition, accommodation, learning materials, and other academic expenses.
Our foundation operates on 3 key pillars: health, education, economic empowerment. These are not words or mission statements. They are the very foundation upon which we are building a better Gombe State.
Although the co-founder of the foundation, Engineer Aliyu Mohammed Kumbat, was unavoidably absent, representatives of the foundation supervised the disbursement on his behalf. Stakeholders from both the academic and non-academic sectors said the initiative was timely.
It is common knowledge that a lot of students have dropped out of school from primary up to university because of the issue of school fees. And the effort of the Velocity Humanitarian Foundation is therefore a great move aimed at reducing school dropout by complementing the state and the federal government's efforts.
It is not easy at all to have somebody who is combat ready. No wonder he is combat. He is combat ready and he has started at a very tender age. All we will wish him is that God will sustain his life give him good health, so that he can do this thing to as long as he has more gray hair than me.
The beneficiaries expressed profound gratitude to Engineer Aliu Mohammed Komba.
I'm about to drop out from school due to the I cannot afford my school fees, and this thing came up, so I don't know how to. I'm really grateful.
We thank him so much, and we pray that God will help him in everything he's doing.
Like me, that is a final year student, so this will really help me in pursuing my projects.
Beyond educational support, Engineer Aliu Mohammed Komba has continued to invest in humanitarian activities, including healthcare support, women empowerment, disaster relief, and community development initiatives.
The National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, says it is intensifying efforts to clear out rubble from the recent collapsed building on Peter Odili Road, which occurred a week ago. The agency says removing the debris will allow its team to ascertain if some people are still trapped under the rubble, dead or alive. The head Port Harcourt Operations Office, NEMA, stated this at the resident in the vicinity expressed fear and disappointment over the delay in pulling down the lift shaft.
It has been 6 days since the building collapsed on Peter Odili Road in Port Harcourt, which claimed one life, with 3 others rescued alive. Though no other persons is yet to be rescued, the National Emergency Management Agency says its team has been on ground since the incident occurred, but they insist no stone will be left unturned to rescue or evacuate any alleged victims still trapped under the rubble.
Place that doesn't have buildings around. We have finished this thing, but we are trying to use control measure where it will not affect buildings and people living there. You know, if you look at that site, you see that, yes, from the information we gathered, they say that some people were there when things happened, and if we're able to have gotten that far, meaning that some people might sleep in there. So we are not going to rest until we make sure that all this is being evacuated and all the victims is being evacuated out from that rubble before we are going to leave this vicinity.
Residents around the site are frustrated by the slow pace of the rescue. They also raise safety concerns over the unstable lift shaft. According to them, the lack of a jackhammer to pull it down is putting nearby buildings and people living in the area at risk.
That pillar over there, or that chamber, it's like an elevator chamber in the hotel. Professionals here have advised that that chamber has to come down. As long as that chamber remains standing, it still poses a threat to other buildings. Here on site has advised that what they need to bring down this elevator chamber is the jackhammer. And they said the money has been paid to some persons. The jackhammer is said to be on its way coming since yesterday. We've been waiting for jackhammer to come. Jackhammer has not come.
What is the government doing to check the integrity structure of the building that was impacted? Because your mind cannot be at rest to go back to this building, because the building that collapsed actually touched our building.
See, when there's an issue, there'll be a lot of engineering suggestions, the best way to take it down and not. And jackhammer was one of the solution they prepared. So jackhammer, if jackhammer gets here to do that, jackhammer can only puncture hole, and the debris will still fall. We need to control it.
Meanwhile, NEMA officials and the Rivers State government have assured residents that there is no cause for alarm, as everything is being done to bring the situation under control. Egogon Akabui, AIT News, Port Harcourt.
Kano State Governor Abba Yusuf says his administration has recorded significant progress in improving the living standards of rural communities through investment aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals (SDGs). Speaking at the Kano State Rural Sustainability and Development Summit, the governor says collaboration with development partners remains essential to accelerating sustainable community development.
Meeting the development needs of Kano State's growing population remains a major challenge, particularly in rural communities where demand for critical infrastructure and social services continues to rise. At the state's Sustainability Community Development Summit, where he was represented by the Secretary to the State Government, Umar Farouk, Governor Abba Yusuf said, despite the challenges faced, his administration has made notable strides in various sectors aimed at improving livelihoods in rural communities.
The rural electrification initiatives of the government continue to improve livelihoods, stimulate small-scale enterprises, and support economic activities within communities that previously had limited access to electricity. The government has continued to support farmers through the provision of improved seeds, fertilizers, extension services, irrigation projects.
And we'll always say that the state government cannot do it alone. So we need a lot of partnership. We need a lot of collaboration with international donors, with philanthropists, with foundations, with a lot of people that can come up and support the state. Kano is growing. The population is growing, exponential growing. Everyday population, people are trooping in the states. So we need to come together to see how we can actually come up to bring development to our rural population.
The summit, which featured panel discussions on its opening day, continues with engagements involving global development partners, donor agencies, and other stakeholders focused on advancing sustainable community development in Kano State. Enemona Ocheme, AIT News, Kano.
President Bola Tinubu says the ongoing construction of road infrastructure across satellite towns in the Federal Capital Territory is injecting life into the local economy. Tinubu, represented by Vice President Kashim Shettima, made the remarks in Abuja on Monday while inaugurating the newly rehabilitated and expanded Karo Township roads.
The FCT project commissioning series resumed on Monday with the inauguration of completed township roads in Karo. Vice President Kashim Shettima, who represented President Bola Tinubu at the event, stated that the improved road infrastructure will address urban congestion and enhance the living standards of residents.
For years, the Karo corridor, serving as a critical gateway between the FCT and neighboring states, suffered from severe traffic congestion that drained the productivity and energy of residents. By expanding and rehabilitating these roads, we are not just laying asphalt, we are injecting life back into the local economy. This project dramatically cuts down daily travel times, eliminates frustrating gridlocks, and ensures that businesses in this densely populated area can thrive under the right conditions.
Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, noted that with the support of the president, the landscape in Karo has significantly transformed, and he urged residents to appreciate government's efforts.
When you see good things, you say, this is a good thing. Whether anybody hates you or not, he cannot hate this road. The opposition people use this road. Those in government use this road. Those who say they are not politicians, they use this road. As you are coming in here, is a thing of the light. This is what development is supposed to be.
The project commissioning series continues on Tuesday. Chukwebuka Obodo, AIT News, Abuja.
Bayelsa State Governor Senator Doye Diri is advocating the need for proper rehabilitation before inmates are reintegrated into society, insisting that the parole system must produce responsible citizens rather than individuals who return to crime. Governor Diri made this known on Monday while receiving members of the National Parole Board Administration Bayelsa State Command, led by its chairman, retired Justice Margaret Akpomeme, at Government House, Yenagoa.
Following the recent constitutional amendment placing correctional services on the concurrent legislative list, members of the National Parole Board Administration Bayelsa State Command pay a courtesy visit to Governor Doye Diri to brief him on the board's activities and seek greater collaboration.
The population of the medium security custodial center of Kaka Yenagwa
is 837 inmates. In the last quarter of the year 2025, the board received a list of inmates nominated for parole. The board heard and examined each of the inmates. The board, after due consideration, held that 20 of the applicants were eligible and recommended them to the Comptroller General of Corrections for parole.
Governor Doyediri says the essence of parole and the exercise of the prerogative of mercy goes beyond decongesting correctional facilities, stressing that only genuinely reformed inmates should be considered for reintegration into society.
You don't release people who will become a problem to society, and there are a lot of them like that. Even in the fight against insurgency, we read about how some of these insurgents are inside of the army, inside of the police, and causing more harm.
Governor Diri further directs the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice to study the constitutional amendment and advise government on the establishment of a Bayelsa State Parole Board where necessary. Oni Sofian Owe, AIT News, Yenagawa.
You're still watching AIT Report. Up next is Sports Track, and Lai Lawal is standing by.
Hello.
Subsequently, in the meantime, we'll come back to the FCT, where we know that for many rural communities across Nigeria, snake bite is not just a medical issue. It is a life and death emergency that often arrives without warning. So now, efforts are on the way to change that story. At the Executive Council meeting held at the Presidential Villa, Abuja, on Monday, the Katongu Snakebite Treatment Center in Gombe State was upgraded into a National Snakebite Research and Medical Center. Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Muhammad Ali Pate, says the decision is aimed at improving care for thousands of victims who suffer snakebite every year, especially in rural farming communities. He said the facility will now go beyond treatment with expanded roles in research, training, and prevention.
A large burden. Over 43,000 snake bites annually occur, and many of which result in death, disfigurement, disability, and psychological trauma with severe socioeconomic circumstances, severe socioeconomic impact. This new center will be an important new institution that will address the challenge, particularly in the northeast, the northwest, and the north central geopolitical zones of Nigeria, where the issue is most dire. The new center will provide comprehensive specialized care for snakebite and related envenomations, undertake research on snakebite epidemiology, prevention, diagnosis, and treatment, ensure sustainable access and supply of quality anti-snake venom, and have full clinical and medical department for improving patient care and specialist services, among other things.
In another move, the council approved 10 mobile blood donation clinics powered by compressed natural gas for the National Blood Service Agency. The aim is to bring blood donation closer to the people, especially at a time when demand remains high. Nigeria needs about 1.8 million units of blood every year, but only a fraction of that is currently available. All right, we'll bring you Sports Track now.
I'm back again. Apologies for the loss of audio much earlier. Now let's go straight into business. Morocco produced one of the standout performances of the FIFA World Cup so far, defeating the Netherlands 3-2 on penalties after a dramatic 1-1 draw in regulation time to book their place in the round of 16. The African champions are making bold their intent to prove doubters wrong that their semi-final finish at the Qatar 2022 World Cup was no fluke. The Atlas Lions showed remarkable resilience after falling behind, with the Netherlands taking the lead through Cody Gakpo. The Dutch forward, who recently suffered the heart-breaking loss of his unborn son, dedicated his goal in an emotional moment during the encounter. Just when it appeared the Netherlands were on course for victory, Morocco found a lifeline deep into stoppage time. Defender Issa Diop rose to the occasion, scoring the dramatic 90th minute equalizer to send the contest into extra time. After 120 minutes of action, the encounter was settled by a penalty shootout. The North Africans held their nerves to seal a famous 3-2 shootout victory. Morocco will now face co-host Canada for a place in the quarterfinals as they continue their quest to build on their historic rise in world football. Elsewhere, Paraguay stunned Germany, prevailing on penalties after the teams played out a 1-1 draw in regulation time. The South Americans produced a composed display from the sport to eliminate the four-time world champions. Five-time champions Brazil also advanced, coming from behind to defeat Japan in an entertaining contest that underlined the Celestials' attacking quality and championship pedigree. Attention now turns to another round of exciting fixtures later today, with 2023 African Cup of Nations champions Cote d'Ivoire facing Norway, while France take on Sweden in another highly anticipated encounter. Mexico and Ecuador will also battle for a place in the round of 16 as the knockout stage continues to gather momentum. Now, Team Nigeria is targeting its highest ever medal haul at the 2026 Commonwealth Games in Glasgow, Scotland, with preparations in top gear. Chairman, Elite Podium Board, Yusuf Ali, who spoke with IIT's Omofuma Ebari, says that improved planning and athlete support will be key to achieving that historic target.
Former Nigerian athlete and the national record holder in the long jump event of 8.27 meters achieved in 1989, Yusuf Ali says the efforts of the leadership of the National Sports Commission will steer Nigerian athletes to better podium finish at international events.
I must give kudos to National Sports Commission. I've been in sports for over 40 years. But what I've been seeing or witnessing in the last 2 years is different from what it used to be. We now have a commission that dwell on artist welfare, dwell on packaging, and wanting to get results. I think that's the most important thing.
Ali, who now heads the Elite Podium Board while fielding questions from AIT Sports, believes that Team Nigeria to the Glasgow Commonwealth Games will better the feat of the last games in Birmingham 4 years ago.
If you look at the world ranking right now, Nigeria, we are top, probably top 6. The fastest man on earth right now is in Nigeria, Koinsala Ajayi. He has done a 9.84. He had a 9.72, but we aided. And we have actually a favor in our trials. He did a 9. For the first time in a long time, we had 2 people running under 10 seconds in our trials. I think we are good.
Speaking further, Ali said the national camp ahead of the games have opened in Abuja, while the second and final phase campaign will be held in Aberdeen. The 2026 Games starts on July 23rd and ends on August 4th, 2026 in Glasgow, Scotland. Omofoma Ebari, AIT News, Abuja.
Away from the Commonwealth Games, Noble Badminton Club are champions of the third edition of the OBN Badminton League after a commanding 7-love victory over Confluence Badminton Club. In the final, the three-month league delivered exciting badminton action, with Noble BC capping an impressive campaign by winning every match in the final to lift that title. Players described the league as a competitive platform that helps improve their skills and provided valuable match experience.
I think this would be a very, very nice competition. If we have a badminton league like this, maybe twice in a year, we're better to help players that are not training to step up their game also, and to train and step up their game also. I think it will be a very nice thing to have.
Let's say the tournament provided quality playing time for players and praised the players' commitment for participating.
Well, for like 3 months now, we have had this ongoing, and then for the players' impact, it's going to be positively rewarding for them because they have not really been familiarized with league system, team events. So now OBN has brought it, and so many other things like magazine programs, outreach, secondary school programs, outreach to the less privileged and underprivileged children. So we have had so many programs and more. That is why we are celebrating 10 years of greatness, excellence, impacting, innovating, and inspiring more younger people to do this exact thing for the game to grow.
The OBN Badminton League is a very powerful league. I have passion for them. You can see how they are developing the game of badminton in Nigeria. Look at the youths. When the youths are occupied, there's no way they can go into any legality. So it's a way of developing the youth so that in future, we can have a very vibrant youth in the nation. So it's developing badminton in Nigeria. And
the OBN League continues to provide a strong platform for players' development and the growth of badminton in Nigeria. That's Sports Track. Many thanks for watching. I am Lai Lawal.
Thank you, Lai, and that completes AIT Report at this time. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Onoshorena Obozege. We'll see you again at 4 p.m. with news from around the world.
AIT, sharing the African experience.
Thank you for staying with us. You're watching Housing Development.
An impact in humanitarian industry.
I am still the light side. I'm very happy to be a winner of Ease and Crazy.
Download the app and you may be the next week lucky winner.
We have been able to give you a different perspective to entertainment program.
Nigeria's search for a more effective response to insecurity has taken a major legislative step following the passage by the Senate of a constitutional alteration bill that would allow states to establish their own police services. For decades, calls for state police have dominated national conversations on security, driven by concerns over the capacity of a centrally controlled police system to respond swiftly to crimes and threats within local communities.
There cannot be a better time to have state police in Nigeria than now, and that's where we stand.
But alongside the demand for decentralized policing has been a major concern. Could state police become an instrument in the hands of governors to intimidate political opponents, suppress dissent, or influence elections? The Senate says the bill answers that question by building in safeguards against political abuse. It prohibits governors from directing state police to unlawfully target individuals, political parties, groups, or associations, and bars the use of police powers for partisan, ethnic, religious, sectional, or personal interests. The proposal also provides for federal intervention in clearly defined exceptional circumstances, including a breakdown of public order, serious human rights violations, electoral intimidation, the failure of a state police service, or threats to national security. However, state police will not emerge automatically. Any state seeking to establish one must first enact its own law, while the proposed service must meet national standards on recruitment, training, discipline, use of force, and firearms management. The bill now moves into the next constitutional stages: harmonization with the House of Representatives and eventual consideration by state houses of assembly. As Nigeria debates how best to strengthen internal security at home, attention is also turning to the wider fight against terrorism financing, following the United States naming of individuals and organizations alleged to be involved in funding terrorist activities. Michael Mbanefo is a barrister at law and also a security analyst. He joins us on Jigsaw as we examine whether the proposed state police framework can deliver security closer to the people without weakening democratic safeguards, and what the latest international action against alleged terrorism financiers means for Nigeria's security architecture.
All right, many thanks for joining us on Jigsaw, the program where we put all the pieces together to make sense to us all. And I'm still sitting in for Wenga Arileba. Yes, I'm Oluyede Oru. Many thanks for joining me. And like you heard in the prologue, we're going to be taking up issues surrounding yesterday's passage by the Nigerian Senate of the State Police Bill and the terrorism financing list, which is also making waves. And also, like you heard, I'm joined by Michael Mbanefo. Michael Mbanefo is a lawyer and a security affairs analyst. Pastor Mbanefo, many thanks for coming on the program.
Thank you very much.
Now, let's start with the State Police Bill. Perhaps it's no surprise that the Senate or that the bill was going to eventually be passed by the National Assembly. But what probably is worthy of note is the speed with which things have happened in the last few weeks. The Senate passed it barely 24 hours after it was transmitted from the president. What's the hurry?
Well, unfortunately, things has fallen apart. We don't want to impugn on the fundamental rights of the Senate or the National Assembly to make laws or to pass bills, as it were. But for whatever it takes, Nigeria is in the stance of always having something behind the screen for a particular purpose they want to achieve. I will not be able to say exactly why the hurry. If it is to nip the security situation on board, why now? What's the urgency? Does passing the bill make it expedient in the actions they are supposed to take? So without much ado, we don't need to delve into the speed or not the speed.
And that's just the first question for you.
Yes, but the purpose for which the speed happens is what one may not understand. We will just fold our hands and watch as things unfold, because you cannot stop them from determining the what. If you challenge them now, they will tell you, oh, they are being expedient. They are being fast in making sure that things are done properly and the way it ought to be done.
But perhaps an explanation for this speed, the Senate President himself and many others who have echoed this view say, well, having state police in Nigeria is coming 65 years too late, meaning that we should have had it right from independence, which is probably why they're in such a hurry. Do you believe that we should have had state police a long time ago?
Yes, I believe so too. Reason being that watching the United States of America and their positions with regards to their policing, you find out that a lot of jurisdictional issues happen. For example, things that happen in certain states, certain cities, may not be the same thing that happens in another city. Nigeria, with its divergent ethnicity, requires state policing, because it will take the local police recruits to be able to nip things on board, because they know who does what, where they do from, what they want to do, and how they want to do, and where to get them. And again, once you have a state police in place, you will find out that people who migrated from other states, irrespective of whether we are within the same state of Nigeria, within the same federation, you find out that once a visitor comes in, you know exactly where they're going, what they're coming for, and who they are coming to meet, because neighborhood watch will obviously be in full force in this regards.
Okay, if it's such a great idea as many people are saying now, why has there been opposition to it for so long? Because this is not the first time state police has been cropping up, but each time it comes up, it's met with one form of opposition or the other. Of course, top on the list of what people complain about is that state governments may use it as a tool of oppression against its opponents. Apart from that, do you see any other reason why there's been such opposition to the idea of state police?
Okay, first of all, the issue of governors using it as a tool against opposition is obviously what's going to happen. Because as it stands now, you see a lot of state governors willing their might recklessly. The word recklessly underlined for emphasis. You know, you make a state police where the chief commander-in-chief of the state police is the governor. The police belongs to him. He decides what happens and what doesn't happen. It will only take a responsible, a self-emancipated governor, some that has inculcated in himself individual qualities of self-awareness, to be able to be exactly the chief security officer that he's supposed to be, in order to make sure for effective policing of the state. But where you find, unfortunately, a lot of political gladiators have a lot of dark pasts. They do not come from patrician families. They do not come from humble background. They are just gladiators that found themselves in the corridor of power because they know how to use thugs and all whatnot. So imagine if such people become governor. The police belongs to them and their family, no more, no less. They determine who gets what. Even when somebody murders somebody, they still determine whether the person will go free or not, depending on whose side the horse is God.
Okay, well, there's a school of thought that says we're probably better off under having the state police with oppressive governors than leaving the status quo and getting oppressed by bandits, terrorists, or whatever you choose to call them.
Well, the good news is that, yes, I also believe in that school of thought because, I mean, the recklessness, if guns were not outlawed, only outlaws will carry gun. So even, no matter how reckless the governor is, it will come to a time where people are aligned. For example, I use Lagos State as one of the foremost African states. Reason, they make their laws, they do their thing. In Lagos today, you know that if you beat traffic light, even when nobody is watching you, you're watching yourself.
Yes.
Because when it comes to time for you to register your car, you find out that you can't register until you pay the backlog of your bills. And if you decide to bribe them, maybe the registration of your car will cost you 50,000. The bribe is 50,000. So you know that you don't need to commit this law. So for the Lagos people, the bribe takers, they are politely telling you, it is not better for you to give me this money, but if you so choose,
choice is yours.
Give it to me and still go and pay your bill, because giving me bribe does not vitiate you paying your bill, because I am not the authority that issues your licenses and all whatnot. So, and in Lagos today, you see their rent regulation. So many of their laws are different from what is obtainable here. That's why you see in such a chaotic environment, there's still a bit of decorum, irrespective of what, at least the madman knows where his madness will take him. I give you an example. One cannot fathom or explain, in the height of insecurity, the cattle rearing, the avalanche of cattle roaming about the Federal Capital Territory, and nobody's talking, including the Senate. That is the face of Nigeria today is Federal Capital Territory. And if they are not talking, it means that somebody is being funny, somebody is being sinister, or trying to undermine the state of affairs of the FCT. And I'm interested in knowing why even the Inspector General, the DIA, the DMI, the NIA, and so on and so forth, even the DSS has not made mention of insecurity in regards to the roaming about of these cattle in the city. You see people wielding machetes. It's nothing. You say it's cattle rearing. But I hear them echoing. Unfortunately, the Inspector General of Police, the Police Commissioner, and all the police force, they are talking about tinted glass. What has tinted glass got to do with security management? Of course, you should make a law and say, if you are approaching any checkpoint, all your 4 glasses should be down. And not to say tinted, you leave substance to shade shadow. So that's the situation.
Okay. To allay some of the fears that you have brought out concerning the issue of the state police being used as a tool of oppression, the Senate have come out with some sort of safeguards. In the constitutional amendment, it prohibits state governors from arresting individuals for criticizing the government. Is that enough safeguard?
You know, this safeguard they put in place is like somebody who says, oh, I don't want 4-legged animals in my compound again. He catches his cat, sells it because he doesn't want 4-legged animal, then he buys a dog. I don't know where our leaders think from, whether from the leg or from their hands, because you said state governors should not arrest anybody for criticizing the government. You that asked this question, is that the correct position? It depends on what you're criticizing government for. If you malign the government uselessly, you'll be dealt with uselessly. But when you criticize the government, holding them accountable to what they are supposed to do, there's no crisscross about it. The judiciary is there to tell you, oh no, the governor cannot do that. Like I said, it takes a responsible governor to do the responsible things. The best you can do is governor is praying too much and all whatnot. I remember when Godswill Akpabio was governor of Akwa Ibom. He is one of the governors that his enemies liked. Reason, I used to have a co-tenant where I lived before. He was an opposition member. He said, unfortunately, the useless man is doing well. I don't know whether you understand me.
I do.
He doesn't like him. He hates him with passion, but he said, unfortunately, the useless man is doing well. So these are positive criticism, because you want his seat, you can't get it, but he's doing the work. So it's neither here nor there. That safeguard, it doesn't say anything.
Perhaps that's what you said is probably what they really mean. I guess there's a difference between criticizing and maligning. As you said, can't we safely say that probably what they meant is maligning?
Yes, but because in the studio, when I was the spokesperson for late Senator Ifeanyi Ubah when he was about to contest the governor of Anambra State, I said in the studio, I was asked, what is it that my state governor Soludo has done wrong that we want to remove him? I told him he failed woefully in the areas of security. Then, But now, if you ask the same question, the position is different because he has started nipping the things on the board, going to where the issues are and tackling the issues as they are. And not when I come to the studio and say you have failed and you look at your book that you have failed, you say you passed, take me to court. It's like defamation. If I say you are an armed robber and you take me to court for defamation, then I bring an evidence to show that you robbed my house, I bring the video, the defamation dies there. Because it has to be a statement of fact and not a statement of saying something you know that is not correct. So that's the same thing with this issue of maligning and criticism. They are both different things. You criticize things that you're not in tandem with, and not to criticize things that you know is a fact. For example, you say, oh, section 1 of the Constitution is just useless. It doesn't apply. You're just ranting without just
a blanket
exactly.
criticism.
Or you say, like people who say Nyesom Wike is an idiot, is this. But the man is the man of the moment that's walking. His enemies also like him, unfortunately. So, it is only people who are not progressive that will, everybody you bring, they complain. And that is the situation of Nigerian people as a state. There's no president that has come, that probably will come, that they don't criticize. Before you even take off of office, they say you are not doing anything, you are this, you are this, you are this, and that's the position with Nigeria.
Okay, let's look at the issue of funding, because whether you have state police, whether you have federal police, if they're inadequately funded, they're not going to perform. There's people who have talked about the security vote that state governments are receiving right now, and people are wondering whether is that going to be a source of funding state police, or is there going to be a first-line charge on monies allocated to the states? Where is the money going to come from to fund state police? Because at the end of the day, the state government is going to be largely on their own.
Well, I'll make reference to Lagos again. The same funding that would have come from the center avails every other state. There are states who have domain resources that can sustain them, markets, taxes, levies, or whatnot. But you see, just like the customs and excise, they generate a lot of funds from penalties. In Nigeria, the level of moral decadence in the society today has warranted that it will take a while for people to understand that they are human beings and not animals. And if you spit, if you fart and spit at the same time, you're committing two sins. You are the one that farted, you are the one that is spitting. What are you doing? If the states are funded and there are people within the society, it's only a few people that commit crime, you know. So the moment they make use of the little they have, for individuals who are going to be part of the state police, in bearing in mind that they are there to maintain law and order, provide security of lives and property, once they have it at the back of their mind, they don't need any rocket science to do it. For example, if the entire Southeast is able to curb the states of crime, Southwest curbs the state of crime, North Central curbs the state of crime, and we're left with maybe, say, Northeast, for instance, it will mean that only Northeast will be held accountable to their things. So they will now quickly close their borders, and not any Tom, Dick, and Harry coming. For example, there are so many things that we are allowing that can impede on the finances of security. So funding, to me, I don't think...
Give an example of some of these things.
Example, street begging. 90% of these people are not beggars. They are scavengers. We have cases where you see people, they tap your glass, you wind down, they either jack your phone and run away. These are not beggars. There are things that we must not allow. First of all, for the state police to survive, there must be opportunity for work at least. People must have something doing. Because if you have about, let's say, 20,000 police officers with 2 million unemployed people, you will find out that everybody is a criminal without knowing that it's a criminal, including the person who is doing the state policing, because you move right, they check. You say you move your car, stop. You know, all those kind of issues. So there are problems, beating of traffic lights, so many things. Like I would say, when Abacha was alive, there's nothing like wandering in Abuja. You don't wander up and down the whole place. You don't leave your house. You see a lot influx of people coming into Abuja. 90% of them have no work. They have no home. So how do you want to operate with state police? So it is not about the finance. It is about self-awareness, emancipating from mental slavery. The moment you emancipate from mental slavery, you will know. For example, how do you fund your megad? In your domain, where you have a megad, he has his stipend. He knows he's not going anywhere. He's in the house. Maybe he gets 50,000. If he's lucky, he gets 70,000 naira. His duty is, don't let somebody who I don't want in my house. What extra fund does he need? But when you begin to give Megad lager, give him beer every time he's drunk, if he's a smoker, he's always induced with drug. A lot of people will come in to move him away. He will not tell you he needs machete, he needs gun, he needs this, he needs that. But when the system is functional, finances are less. You give them cars, they vandalize the car by themselves. So we first of all, for anything that will work in Nigeria to be easy, we have to emancipate from mental slavery.
So probably what that means is that perhaps more money should be actually geared towards fixing the society than giving to the police.
Yes, because police is part of the society. Police is part of the society. It doesn't make him a different person from the society. He is part of the society. If I am hungry, he is hungrier. Because he's in a regimented force. There are so many things I can do that he can never do. I don't know whether you understand me. So he needs to be out on the road 24/7, mount the roadblock with the avalanche of sun hitting him. He is no longer normal. So it is to give them special treatment and not to treat them like the current police people who every corner of the town is roadblock. They are not checking anything but to peep in your glass and say your boys are here. Even an armed robber, they tell me your boys are here. Those are not policemen. Those are beggars and scavengers. With due respect to the Inspector General of Police, I thank God he is a seasoned police officer that went through due process, so he knows what I'm talking about, including the FCT man, because these are the two gentlemen that I've seen that are still gallant officers, meritorious ones for that matter. They know what to do and how to do and when to do, if they are allowed to do. But what people like us will not agree with them is leaving substance to chase shadow. Your problem is not tinted glass. Your problem is this cattle rearing up and down the whole place and the avalanche of people roaming up and down the street and beggars and all whatnot. Cop them and see if security will not be this thing. The people they catch most of the time are part of these people that are there. Because if you bring, okay, you take a state police to individual states. Lagos State will not abuse it. I know. My state will not abuse it. And probably some other state. It will just take a while and things will be in the same place. After all, the current police is still being manipulated by political gladiators. If you refuse, they will remove you or go to president and accuse the IG of one thing or the other. They will sack him. So it's the same thing. Whether it's in the center, but it is better off in the states.
Now, you said something about funding.
Yes.
The issue is not so much about funding, it's the issue about, the right things being done. When the right things are being done, then funding doesn't become as big an issue as it is being made now.
That is correct.
But unfortunately, as you've alluded to yourself, that's not been the case over the years, and we do find ourselves in a situation where things aren't going the way they should, which means it does require funding.
I am not ruling out the issue of funding totally.
I know that.
A corrupt mind is an insecurity in itself. A corrupt mind is the criminal itself. How do you expect a subsisting armed robber to be in charge of security over armed robbery, he will only tell his men when to operate, where to operate, how to operate. He will not stop robbing. Go to the military today, you see a lot of them, fat tummy, big ass, and all those things. You will know they are not doing anything there. The people who are doing the work are the soldiers, the one they call soldier, with boots that are willing to match anything. I don't want to agree that when you say funding, what do you mean by funding? Are you talking about the tools or cash? Because when you bring cash, a corrupt mind will steal it.
Let's take for the benefit of the doubt that we're talking about tools. I mean, we'd like to believe that that's where it's all supposed to be.
One of the tools are vehicles. The man in charge of the squadron, has he thought in his head that the fuel money that was given to him must be for fuel money and not part of it for himself, for keeps? You see brand cars given to them maybe in a year, after a year. It's only road safety you can find vehicles, you wonder whether they give them car every day. Because they are neat. VIO, maybe. Police, I don't know whether it is the change of the uniform that is causing the problem. You give vehicle now, in less than 6 months, you see those cars, you think it was given 30 years ago. We see, no matter how we want to fix Nigeria, you cannot achieve anything without emancipating from mental slavery and the corrupt mind. The 95% of the Senate today are ex-governors. Both the ones that did well and the one that did not do well, they are there making laws. How do you explain this? And this state policing of 18, section 214 sub 1 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria said there shall be one police. So legally speaking, before this state police can come into force, they have to amend the Constitution.
Isn't that what this process is supposed to be? I mean, I'm not a legal.
What about the two-third the Constitution said? The Constitution said. Two-third of the state, two-third of the National Assembly.
Yeah.
You see, I just don't want to. I know that Nigeria will still work. We only pray that the mechanic that will fix the country knows that the country needs to move forward. You know, we must avoid security sabotage, as far as I am concerned. Any law they make, even if they don't follow due process, provided is for benefit of Nigerians and with sincerity of purpose, is what we are clamoring for. But where you go and make laws in readiness of maybe some election coming someday, or the one that is going to come, or the one that has passed, to cover some loopholes that you saw that were likely to have caused a problem. Because if the state security, if the state regional police comes into force now, it's over. It's over. The Anambra State Police Command can say, we don't want strangers. If you know you are not from Anambra State, election is coming. If you're in here, you cannot go out. If you're out here, you cannot come in. There's no fundamental right breach. It's a security issue. Because that's when the position of the Constitution, section 45 or so, will apply. If the state feels that there's a national emergency or state emergency, it will override your fundamental right. So it's like that.
Okay, if you're just joining us, you're watching Jigsaw, the program where we put all the pieces together in an attempt to make sense to us all. And I am with Barrister Michael Mbanifu, and we're looking at matters arising from yesterday's passage of the State Police Bill by the Nigerian Senate. We'll take a short break, more talking when we return. Don't go away.
The stories now break online. Don't Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
If you're just joining us, you're watching Jigsaw on Africa Independent Television. And like I said before the break, we're looking at matters arising from yesterday's passage of the State Police Bill by the Nigerian Senate. And with me is Barrister Michael Manifo, who is also a security affairs analyst. And for the past 35 minutes or so, we have been delving into these matters arising. Barrister Manifo, many thanks for your time to date. Now, people have said the state police is just the beginning of what they hope will even trickle down further. You said when you were enumerating the advantages of state police that it's a situation where everybody knows who comes in, who goes out, and other things associated. People are saying that they're hoping it could trickle down to the level where we have things like community policing, which was something that was advocated for a few years back, which didn't see the light of day.
Okay, state police is like a family affair, let me put it that way. The way you want to run your immediate family, that you are the Mbanefo or you are the Okeke, then somebody come and says, these Okeke people are useless. You know what to do. You know how everything, you have to do everything possible to uphold the observances of your family name. Now, when you're saying trickle down to community policing, state policing, and even the current police, it is all encompassing. See something, say something. That is all about community policing. I think where the issue will lie is in enforcement, and I believe that by the time it goes to the state, enforcement will be swift and perfect. The only greatest fear is manipulation, or what I will call using as political vendetta. But the question is, let me again, I'm not trying to pre-sing anybody. Somebody like Wike, who is an adamant opposition in PDP, suddenly accepts an office given to him by an opposition. What it simply tells is that he is not interested in who is the president. He's interested in doing the work. So it doesn't matter whether he's in side A or side B. And it is left for him to showcase what he would have done if he is there. And of course, go to the camp of his enemies and ask them whether he's doing well. The answer will be yes.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
To quote you.
The answer will be yes. Do you understand? People only criticize people that doesn't favor them. The man who has not favored me in any way, but he is doing the work. I do not know which other state is doing what he's doing, because FCT is a state, in quote. So when you are talking about trickling down to community policing, level, that is exactly what every state governor would do. Same with Lagos. Lagos does not have state police, but they've started long before now. Long before now. I am also a Lagosian by association. Now, the commonest thing is the breaking of traffic laws and passing the BRT. You see people doing one way here, nobody talks F-seat. We should set the pace. I am very particular about this cattle rearing in the town. It makes Mr. President, with due respect, look funny and incapable of controlling the city. It makes the Inspector General of Police look daft same with the police commissioner of the command, same with the DSS, same with all security people in FCT. This roaming of every traffic light, you see not less than 30 beggars. This is not, are we showcasing beggars and cattle in FCT? So, but people like us, what I'm doing now is community policing. If you're looking for what is causing security breach, I am telling you one now. You see something, say something. Community police about see something, say something. But again, they must learn how to protect whistleblowers, security whistleblowers. And not when you toss 2,000 naira to some funny constable, it tells you, no, if we don't catch you now, that man tell us. It happens. I've seen these things.
And it's even likely to get worse if we're not careful at state level if it's not.
Well, in the state level, I want to use my state as an example. Majority of the citizens of Anambra State wants crime to stop in totality. I hear people talking against my governor. Why? He first of all started arresting native doctors who do money ritual for people, presumably, who give them disappearing charm. And his rule is very simple. If I catch you as a native doctor who does those things, I will lock you in a room. If I come in the morning and you are still there, you don't have power. So I will hold you for obtaining money by false pretense and, you know, so many things. He is prosecuted. And there are some particular set of people that he arrested. Kidnapping dropped by 70%. When you have state policing, the good news is that it will become competitive. It will raise competition.
Within the states?
Within the states, and even in the state. People want to outshine. If I am a commander, for example, I'm coming from Onitsha, you carry crime, you can do in another town, not my town. Things like that will happen. So see something, say something will happen. You know, the issue of interference will minimize because you are from Anambra State, you are the commander-in-chief of Anambra State, you are a police from Anambra State, you are the criminal from Anambra State, and maybe invading criminals. So it will be much more effective than when you catch a Yoruba man in Kano, he says, because he's, why are you holding me? Is he because he's from Yoruba? Then you catch an Hausa man in Anambra, and say, the issue of ethnicity will die. Unfortunately, I come from an extraction where in those days we don't obey laws. For example, I associated a lot with the North, particularly Kano. We call ourselves Bakan Kano. You see a lot like this AEDC, 75% of the place, you can't go there to say you are looking for bills. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Yes, a lot of states will suffer with this state policing because what you are not used to, what you are not born with, will be very difficult to impact in you when you are grown.
How about even the enforcement will be difficult, wouldn't it?
You see, where the population of a town is 1,000 and 700 commits a crime, it's no longer crime, it's sickness. So you will need orientation. So the state policing will come with an avalanche of orientation across the nation. So it only takes repentant criminal. You see, once somebody chooses a walk, maybe a hobby of crime, he doesn't stop crime. He will only mitigate, not that he's stopping crime, but it will reduce a lot of, so that we can know exactly where the problems are coming from. That's exactly the advantage. But the only disadvantage of state police is maybe using it against political opponents. Other than that, I don't think there's any other serious. I don't think.
Now, you and I were trying to fathom out why the passage of this bill was done in such a hurry, and you said, well, look, perhaps it's because of the urgency of the security situation. Now, looking at what still lies in store after the passage of the bill by the Senate, still has to go for harmonization in the National Assembly before being transmitted to the states to hopefully get a 2/3 majority before it gets to the president, who will give his final assent. Now, that's going to take some time. And I mean, these terrorists that we're up against are not passing any bills. They're not transmitted anything to anybody. They're just going to continue to go on with their business. To start off with, how long do we think this process is likely to take from your assessment at the earliest?
Well, if we follow the Constitution, it may take forever.
That's not very encouraging.
The process is too long if we follow the provisions of the Constitution. First of all, under the exclusive list, item 67 of the exclusive lists, it empowers the National Assembly to make laws. But funny enough, those laws they can make, or rather, make laws, yes, those laws they can make must be pursuant to Section 8 and Section 9 of the Constitution. And when you go there, you find out that it is referring to boundary adjustment and state creation and all whatnot. It has nothing to do with state, what do they call it, state policing. However, the acts of National Assembly is based on where they see lacunas in the Constitution. The Act of National Assembly can come into force to fill in that gap. That is why the law is that where a law has so been made pursuant to the Constitution, and another law is made to cure, and we discover that that law is not curing but also superintending or trying to superintend over the already made law. The Section 1 subsection 3 said it should abate to the extent of its inconsistency. But where you make a law that helps create a cure ambiguous provisions of the Constitution, the law is that that one in the Constitution should respect that one that is coming in to cure. So the state policing, they might hide under that umbrella to do the needful in that aspect. And in that way, it will accent. When you're talking about people two-thirds accenting in the state and two-thirds, who are the two-thirds? It's the same National Assembly. They can manufacture anything.
But you yourself did say that, look, by the time this thing does get to the state assemblies, it will be subject to maybe needed rigorous debate. So that, I mean...
Which type of National Assembly do we have and which type of House of Assembly do we have? Majority of House of Assembly belongs to the governors.
So you're not expecting much of a debate?
No. What debate? Who are you to debate? What are you debating? That I want police, you say you don't want police. How? I wake up in the morning before I even approach you and say what you want to say. I say I was led to bless all of you. I buy you Hilux, brand new latest model Hilux, and share you. It becomes OS. Have you ever seen in a church where somebody hears a pastor say, in Jesus' name, and people keep quiet? They say amen even when it's against them. So that's the situation.
So in that case, then probably will not take, because you initially said it might take forever, but if that's the situation...
No, I said, if we follow due process and the way things ought to be, it will take forever. But if, I don't know...
And as far as you're concerned, this due process, as you put it, is avoidable, with what you said.
No matter how you want to look at it, it is still due process. The state of emergency in Rivers was due process. But people were chanting, ranting, and all those things. It was a booby trap. The state commander-in-chief, you must act first. If you feel you're going to be overwhelmed, write the president to give you assistance. You didn't act, you didn't write. What do you expect? The president is the commander-in-chief. He doesn't want any bickering anywhere. He took over, and people were ranting. You need to understand the Constitution properly before you can even go and begin to challenge what this government is doing and what they are not doing. It is a proactive step in the right direction. So it doesn't matter, after all, if you have been waiting for a car for the past 2 hours and rain is fast coming. They see Mole where the man stops and say, are you going? You say, you're not going. You're not serious.
You really are a negotiator, really. You were not joking when you said that. I'm listening to you, yes.
So you must make do with what we should overlook what they are doing, but pay attention to where they are going and the benefit we stand to gain about the state policing. I don't know whether you understand. Yes, because certain things will no longer work the way it is. You see, let me tell you. I don't know whether it's Lagos State that I can't remember which state that said every beggar should leave the street. After all, governors woke up one day and said, I don't want bikes in my state. That's part of policing. It's a breach in somebody's fundamental right, but Section 45 protects them. I can't compromise my security. Yeah. I appreciate you want to make ends meet, but bike, no, because you're using it to do kidnapping. So many things are going to come. Some people may not be happy because it don't favor them. You know, there are people, officers all over the place doing nothing. So that's just the position.
Okay, so much said about the issue of state police. Let's move on to another issue that's generating a lot of interest, and that is the terrorism financing list, which has come up in the last couple of days, where the U.S. has named some individuals, companies, and the Nigerian government too has named some. What do you make of that as a development in the war on terror?
First of all, for you to provide security, you have to know what you're providing the security for. And for you to say something, talk about insecurity, you must explain what you are insecure about. And they said, oh, one of those dogs there is no longer a guard dog, it has contracted rabies. Then you change the gag and still keep the dog in place. You're not doing anything. Naming is one thing, enforcement is another. Arrest, prosecute, convict, and sentence. But like I said, a senior armed robber catches a pickpocket whose mother is an auntie. Do you expect him to say he's a thief? He will name him a wanderer and set him free. Look at this court system. Look at what is going on. You see people, I mean, as if there's a different law that applies to different people. They already know these people, publish them. First of all, once you are named, any office you're holding, you should be suspended immediately. You should be asked to resign. The military does it. Once they suspect that you are no longer fit and proper, you give way. While if they notice you're being funny, court-martial follows. But these days, there are so many people contesting governors that are facing trial. What are we trying to achieve? They will desperately win and desperately suspend the case. So naming somebody is one thing. Catching him, if it is true, is another thing. That you have named the person does not mean he is guilty. Naming him requires you to say, you have a case to answer. Come and clear yourself. And the person who is so named has not gone to court say you are maligning him. So it means that the knife that we have in hand has no head. And the one that has head is not sharp. So if you are using a knife that has no head that has no head but sharp to cut, likelihood of cutting your hand is high. And if you use a knife that has a head that is not sharp, you waste your time in cutting. So what we require is a knife that has head that is sharp, so that once you hold it firm, you can cut through anything. Naming is one thing. U.S. is there. They are not part of Nigeria. There's nothing they can do.
Oh, no. We heard that they have applied sanctions, frozen accounts with some of these names and companies that they've talked about.
No, that's the best they can do. They are U.S. sanctioning and processing an account maybe in their jurisdiction. It's for their own use. They wait for you. If you don't come, there's a time limit. They will go to court and confiscate the money. They are happy for you to steal money and move to that side. But when they freeze it, you have to come and talk. It's only in Nigeria you freeze money and somebody is going to court to unfreeze it. You understand? So the government needs to, and unfortunately, the ethnic divergence of Nigeria is impeding seriously on national decisions. Seriously. Remember the coup plot thing that was mentioned? People started saying, why is it that the majority of them are from certain part of Nigeria? This is not, we've gone beyond this.
All those things, yeah.
So they need to, if it is Tunde that stole, they should catch Tunde and prosecute sincerely, with sincerity of purpose. And not when you live in, if you evade £1 tax in UK, you may lose a property worth £10 million. They will say it is that money that you have been saving. Who knows where you are doing? And they will confiscate it. In abroad, they are looking for one small crime to confiscate your thing. In Nigeria, if you steal £1, you are an armed robber. If you steal 2 billion, you are patriotic. So naming the people is neither here nor there. Presumption of innocence is still there. It is for you to go, he who alleges should prove that he's a thief. Oh, yeah, go prosecute him. So if you are not prosecuting them, you are making noise. That's the sincere thing.
But there is a school of thought that's pretty optimistic. I mean, you said there's a limit to what the U.S. can do. Yes, perhaps at the end of the day, they confiscate all these monies, and if they don't come round for it, it gets lost. But some people are saying that, look, it's probably a realization for the need for a global fight against terror. With U.S. becoming involved, they've said they're going to hunt down terrorists everywhere to the best of their ability. Isn't that a welcoming sign that, look, the fight against terror is becoming global, and perhaps the Nigerian government won't have to do it on its own?
The truth is that our country, Nigeria, has no will to tackle insurgency, with due respect. You see, we are getting old, and the more you climb the ladder, you must learn to say the truth and say things the way they are, because anything can happen anytime. When the U.S. tried to come in, the first show of force they did, you saw the reaction, particularly from the north. Oh, why do you want to? Oh, this, oh, that, oh, that. Had it been he went to the east, my brothers would start saying he doesn't like them, Biafra this, Biafra that. So we have a problem. We are whalers in Nigeria. If we need to do it, the question, do you think a Tinubu will come down and begin to go and chase them in the north, or order the Air Force to wipe people out? He won't do it. 2027 is coming. Obasanjo had the liver. He went to cleared the whole place. People ranted, but it was over. So you see, I have seen in Facebook where terrorists were going in their motorbikes. Policeman in uniform is doing them like this. I saw it yesterday. How do you explain these things? We know where these people are coming from. Let's not... the Zamfara gold mine is even one of the biggest issues in this country.
Okay, so it looks as if there's so much for us to talk about, but unfortunately, time will not allow us to do that. Perhaps we'll have to bring you back to continue where we stopped.
No problem.
We'll be speaking with Barrister Michael Banifo. He's a barrister, what makes him a legal practitioner. Everybody knows that. But he's also, as you've discovered in the last 55 minutes, also a very versatile security affairs analyst. And for the past 55 minutes or so, we have been looking at issues arising from yesterday's passage of the state police bill by the Nigerian Senate, and towards the end delved into the issue of terrorism financing. Barrister Banifo, it's been great having you on the show, and like I said, we'll bring you back again sooner than you think.
No problem.
That's where we're going to wrap it up on Jigsaw for today. Join us when we come your way the next time. I'm Oloyede Uworu. Have yourselves a wonderful day.
know the importance of this lake.
Ivy doesn't limit her environmental advocacy to the concert stage. Most city residents live in informal settlements like this one. And it's here that Ivy's anti-pollution crusade gets hands-on.
So we're in Koyango, my place, my hood. This is where I live, and we're on our way to a plastic recycling workshop, and we're going to meet a few of our young environmentalists. Can you imagine all this came from the lake? We're going to shred these plastics through this machine and get to see what we're going to get.
Precious Plastic Manyata is headquartered in Kisumu's largest slum. Young waste pickers take plastic waste from waterside dump sites and transform them into household objects and trinkets they can sell.
Wow, isn't this beautiful? This is the end product from all the waste that was collected in the dump site.
For Kisumu residents, the lake is more than just an important economic resource. It's also a place of relaxation. And what better way to enjoy it than with a sunset cruise on Namlolwe's gentle waves?
I love my city and I love my lake, and I'd love for my city people to come together and preserve this lake for the future generations.
Today, we're in the heart of Ikoyi at Akoko, and I'm with founder Juliet. Hi, Juliet.
Hi.
What is this space all about, and how did it come to be?
We are just about predominantly showcasing African-made, African-owned. To me, fashion is a way that you can dream.
Yes.
We love to just create stuff that just feel a little bit different. So when it comes to curating, I mean, I'm very, very, very personal. I also want to have fun pieces, fun finds, from having a glove, like a chic of a glove that you can just, put on, play around with, a necklace that is just, something a little bit different. All these are made in Africa.
Amazing.
And that's the story that we want to tell.
Amazing. I love that so much. Now, you've been around, or you've been in the process of building for 5 years now.
5 years ago, I started my brand called LFJ, which we were able to obviously take into the global scene. We became the first Black-owned brand to showcase during Thailand Fashion Week. We were featured in Wallpaper magazine, which has about 12 million viewers. And for me, I needed to say, okay, I've done fashion, I've done design. How do I help other brands grow as I've been able to grow?
Ooh.
This is the first floor.
Incredible. So what is the story behind the name?
So my dad is a sitting king, and I am the princess of Arigidi Akoko, which is a side of me that not a lot of people know. But the name literally did come from me thinking about how to continue to create that voice of heritage and just how to create culture and continue to work in that purpose. My native land, being a princess, this is my castle, and I invite everyone to come.
Welcome all. Welcome all.
But we're also showcasing pieces in a way that people wouldn't even think that is conventional.
I love that. You know what? We are going to catch up with you a little bit later.
I look forward to it.
Time for Dream Homes, and today, Palesa Tembe escapes just outside Cape Town to a home made for slowing down and switching off.
Across Africa, incredible homes are raising the bar of modern design. This series gives you a front row seat to unapologetically stylish spaces. The kind you can't help but save, screenshot, and dream about. Ever feel the need to escape the city for a bit? Not far, just somewhere quieter? This is the place. Tucked into Montagu, just outside of Cape Town, this holiday home is all about calm, space, and switching off. It's called Still, which pretty much says it all. Palesa Tembe is here to get her chill on and explore the space with its designer, Hendry Bloom of Hendry Bloom Interior Design.
So here we are. Welcome to the project. Still, beautiful project of ours.
Listen, it is a beautiful summer's day. The temperature is quite perfect for a house tour. So can you just tell me a little bit more about this project?
Of course. So the project came about sort of just before lockdown. So it was a weekend of sort of chaos in terms of getting a basic design going. And they literally started that week, and the project sort of evolved in me being in charge of the architecture, the interior design, the furniture, the art curation. So basically everything you see within the space and around the space, I had like my finger on it. Yeah, and it basically then became this beautiful sort of unique destination location.
And looking externally, Henry, it seems as if you've definitely paid attention to the materials used.
Exactly. So the approach was a very sort of simplistic and minimal material and textural approach. So textures plays a vital role through the use of things like the clumpy brick cladding. And the same goes for the structure of the building. So the whole house is basically built with brick walls that were back bricked and then painted white. And there's only two colors that we used, white and like a dark charcoal. So let's call it like a black and white sort of color scheme.
Well, for first impressions, I definitely like what I see.
Let's have a look on the inside.
Inside, Henry's carefully chosen artworks appear everywhere, quietly shaping the mood.
Henry, you know, stepping into the space, I'm already seeing some strong design decisions, such as this fireplace.
Yes, the fireplace becomes quite a interesting and sort of dynamic piece within the whole home. So generally, I feel like I'm probably more known for quite a masculine, straight line design approach. And in this case, we wanted to bring that across, but we also thought, how do we soften that? And a lot of that is through this curved element, which you can see through the fireplace, the kitchen counter that has the slight sort of curved edges, and even things like the furniture choices. So the Haldane side tables, the round...
We're in the one and only bedroom. Can you just tell me about it?
The bedroom, like you mentioned, being the only bedroom, becomes quite a significant space. And what's also great about the bedroom is when you're lying in the bed, you've got this beautiful double door looking onto the magnificent mountain views, and it leads out onto the front sort of stoop patio area.
And outside is where the zen really hits.
So I think what the house so beautifully encompasses is the fact that the indoor and outdoor spaces becomes almost like the same area. So outdoor spaces like the one we're sitting in now is a beautiful sort of lounge setup with the round plunge pool. But again, that sort of circular organic shape comes through. And this is really a space for people to enjoy sort of when you're in the living area or in the bedroom, it just flows out onto this, and then ultimately also onto the gardens. So you've got the veggie patch on the one side that when you stay here, you can obviously use and utilize. And then there's also like this sort of stream that flows from the top end of the property down to the bottom. So all of those sort of zen moments that's created within the outer footprint of the building itself.
And just when you think the relaxation can't get any better, there's one last escape, a rooftop deck with sweeping mountain views. This getaway truly has it all. Who else is suddenly in the mood for yoga, herbal tea, and cancelling all plans?
Oh, this is interesting.
Yes, actually, it's from a brand from Benin. His name is Tej. Absolutely adore him. He's one of the feature brands out here. He's young, he's fun, he's just eclectic.
I love it.
Yeah.
We've been talking a lot about the clothing, but we haven't talked about the footwear. What is going on here?
What is this? The mastercraft of this is incredible.
Stunning.
Looking at how it looks like, the hide, the quality and the detailing, what it feels like. I mean, I'm obsessed with them.
Me too.
And I was literally begging. I said, I need this in my size. Well,
nice.
Yeah.
All right, let's go back downstairs.
Let's find you an outfit.
Yes.
If you're going on the red carpet, and I mean you need something that's fancy.
Ooh. I'm ready. It's comfortable as well as stylish, of course.
And fun.
And fun. Lots and lots of fun. Let me see myself. Wow.
Absolutely stunning.
This is the silhouettes, The way it falls, the fabric, and even the color too.
Literally, it looks so gorgeous on you.
This is a sign. Yes, it's a sign. So for yourself, what to you defines great African fashion right now?
To me, to be honest, Africa is literally taking the forefront. We're seeing brands like Hatumba, Kalenta. We're seeing brands like, in the space of Africa, pioneering when it comes to fashion.
100%.
So I think what defines us is edgy, different, but also heritage and culture. How we mix and transact that into a piece is magnificent.
100%.
Yeah, so for me, Africa is something that just creates a world of experiment, and that's what we do.
Yes.
Experiment in different ways, and we just make it our own.
Absolutely. Reinventing, recreating, and having fun with it. I think that is what fashion is all about,
Exactly.
isn't it? Afromax reporter Colette Prince shines a spotlight on 3 Ghanaian women redefining success in male-dominated industries.
Ghanaian women are doing it for themselves and they're not asking for permission. I found 3 ladies from Ghana that are taking it on and slaying. Coming in at number 3, architect Nana Akua Beme. She's built her own lane in an industry that wasn't exactly built for women.
I literally started this firm with my baby in a cot next to me. Half of my staff have been having their babies whilst working, and it's become something of a character of this firm.
While raising a child, she was also building one of Ghana's most exciting studios. But why did she choose architecture?
What's special about architecture is that it's so specific. No 2 clients are the same, no 2 sites are the same, no 2 needs or briefs are the same. For every project, we look at it really from a blank canvas, and the design process is worked out from asking the right questions and teasing out what is the most suitable for this particular project.
Architecture has long been a boys' club, so Nana is making sure more young women get through the door.
We are a largely female architectural firm. Somehow, women have always liked to work with us because we do make room for our special needs, which is pregnancy, maternity, and all that. There's so many people who have trained here of the same like-minded people who have gone out and are doing marvelous things.
Not just building spaces, but making sure more women are taking up spaces too. Love it. And that brings me to number 2 on my Superwoman list, Sue Aram Kumar. Jeweler, but not as you know it.
I've always been very interested in the concept of recycling. In undergrad, my thesis was on recycling of metal in Ghana, and my eyes were open to so many things.
Sue started her brand with one thing in mind, protecting Ghana's natural resources. So she doesn't use newly mined gold.
We also have a buyback program, which we initiated about 5 years ago, where we encourage customers to walk in and sell their old gold products to us for cash.
A master jeweler, her piece is incredible. But has it been easy in a male-dominated industry?
Is having men work for you. It's been challenging. I've had men come and work for me, and after a few months, they'll tell me they can't take instructions from a woman, so I should give instructions to another man so that the man can give them the instructions, but I can't directly address them, and it's been really challenging. I've heard it all, but I think I'm a strong person, and I know this is what I'm meant to do, and I'm just doing it.
And at number 1, Leslie Loko, the first African woman to curate at the Venice Architectural Biennale. And yes, that's really major.
So for me, Africa has always been the place of the future. It's always been the testing ground for the future in a way. And again, it comes back to the point that we're simultaneously the world's youngest continent and the world's oldest continent. You know, everybody on this planet came from Africa at one point.
At this Biennale, she shifted the entire lineup. More than half the voices now African, and that's in a space that's always been seen as very European. Leslie has always been ahead of the curve. Even 20 years ago, she was designing buildings differently, like this, her home in Accra, made partly with clay bricks. Even then, she was ahead of her time.
Depending really on the way you live, you have, to a lesser or greater extent, control over your environment. And I think the trick for many kind of modernizing African cities is how to adapt a way of life, a way of working, a way of living that was really designed for a different kind of climate for this one.
Is there anything Leslie can't do? World-renowned architect, academic with a PhD, oh, and an international best-selling author.
Being an architect shaped me as a writer. Somehow a Biennale is the perfect bringing together of two worlds. Growing up in Ghana, my first window onto the rest of the world was through books.
And there you have it, 3 Ghanaian women who aren't just slaying, they're staying.
Next up, we're off to Kinshasa in the DRC, where a bold creative is building a comic scene from scratch. She's also opening the doors for the new wave of storytellers. Meet Gloria Maluku.
Comics in Congo face huge challenges, such as high printing costs, piracy, and almost no distribution. So Gloria built his own studio by self-publishing and making use of social media.
I started making comics from childhood until university. My mother advised me to go to the Academy of Fine Arts. I chose comics primarily because I found it easy to create comics, animated comics. To fight against theft, to fight against mediocrity, to fight against discrimination. It is through comics that I have conveyed my message.
Gloria Maluku had already spent years turning his own school notebooks into universes. Now he is using that experience to open doors for young artists across the DRC. No sponsors, no big budgets, just a dream and the hustle to turn followers into readers in a country where comics barely exist.
It's stability. It's the stability I have today.
Because we started somewhere. We have excellent equipment. Equipment on the same level with that of an international artist. From a cartoonist whose work can be found elsewhere, abroad in Europe or America. Before, that wasn't the case. And when that wasn't the case, I didn't cross my arms.
I worked hard. It was ambition and vision that brought me to where I am today. And today, I am stable.
Gloria wants the DRC faster than all of them.
AI can never breathe life into a work of art. That's a certainty. AI is not a professional skill. AI helps us because it's a tool. It's part of the documentation tools. No one can refuse AI. But you have to know how to use it. The worst part is that amateurs or non-professionals misuse it. That's the problem. But for a professional, AI is one of the tools.
From Lagos to Kinshasa, African comics are rising. And for these young Congolese artists, the fight isn't just against blank pages, it's against invisibility. Their stories are the revolution.
Today has been a celebration of Africa's rhythm and imagination. And it's a reminder that the future isn't waiting, it's here, right now. That's it from me. Don't forget to keep in touch on our socials. Until next time, bye.
Nigerian filmmaker Paul Cast is putting the finishing touches to his latest movie, Just the Two of Us. The project is due for release in April, and Cast says he's hoping it will hit big.
The storyline was mainly around a couple and how they were able to go through their journeys and go through lots of highs and lows, mainly trying to typify the kind of struggle that could come in when people are in relationships.
A former psychology student, Cast launched his movie career in 2019. In terms of output, Nigeria's film industry, or Nollywood, is the second largest in the world, behind India's Bollywood, producing over 1,000 movies annually. In December, the Nigerian movie A Tribe Called Judah became the first movie to earn 1 billion naira, equivalent to about $1.1 million at the domestic box office. Tribe Called Judah cast member Olumide Owori says the movie about a single mother and her 5 sons struggling to make ends meet is a common Nigerian story.
I think everybody that saw the movie just saw a bit of themselves in terms of just wanting to do whatever it takes for your mom to be happy and comfortable.
Cast says the success of the movie Lionheart, directed by Genevieve Naji, which became the first Nigerian film to stream on Netflix in 2019, also inspired filmmakers.
We actually didn't have avenues of distribution like that, but ever since Genevieve came up and did Lionheart, and it just opened up, the door to Netflix and other streaming platforms. It just made people see possibilities.
But filmmakers say access to funding is still a challenge and want Nigerian government and financial institutions to invest more in the movie industry.
There's been improvements in the cinematics, the cinematography, the lighting, so there are more opportunities, sound design, as opposed to before when it was just, get a camera, you have a story, you point and you shoot.
And the result and the growing market is good news for filmmakers like Paul Cast and millions of Nigerians who are waiting to see the next big film on their screens. Timothy Obiezu, VOA News, Abuja, Nigeria.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Hello everyone and welcome to this new edition of Business Africa, your weekly economic magazine. Today we're taking a closer look at technological innovations from AI and e-commerce to fintech. But first, here are our headlines. Africa is embracing artificial intelligence. Cameroon's e-commerce sector is leading the way.
C'est des startups en Afrique aujourd'hui, l'intelligence.
Today, for startups across Africa, artificial intelligence represents a real opportunity.
Biodegradable packaging in bags are part of the ecological solution developed by a Goma-based company to reduce plastic pollution.
Grâce à l'application Kori,
thanks to the Kori app, you can collect change digitally rather than physically. Your money is given back to you on the application in a small digital wallet, and you can use this change in any of the shops that gave it to you.
Qui vous l'a déboursé.
Is this the end of coin shortages in Cameroon? You can recover your change on your mobile phone thanks to the Kori application.
Plastic bags are still circulating in Goma, but we can't claim to have eradicated them. We aim to phase out the use of plastic bags, but it's a struggle.
Artificial intelligence is widely regarded as a tremendous opportunity for the continent. However, the African Development Bank warns that a structured continental approach is now more than ever necessary. Last month, the institution proposed the creation of a $4 billion AI fund, as well as a framework dedicated to training 1,000 supervisors of these advanced technologies led by the African Union. Meanwhile, Africa is working to find practical applications for AI, particularly in e-commerce. A report by Maxime Farelbonia.
In Cameroon, a country in Central Africa, young startup founders have developed a platform powered by artificial intelligence, designed to help small and medium-sized businesses become more competitive. Comparo Shop is the brainchild of Didier Tagne, co-founder of the application.
Today, with Comparo, an ordinary seller, even without advanced skills in web development or IT, can create an online sales website in just 60 seconds. This is possible for two simple reasons. First, Comparo provides pre-configured templates that allow sellers to simply add their products. Second, the system automatically builds the entire website from A to Z without requiring any technical intervention from the seller. Websites created through Comparo natively integrate local payment methods, including mobile money, a feature that many foreign solutions do not offer by default.
The Comparo platform is equipped with artificial intelligence featuring two main functionalities. The first focuses on collecting customer data, such as purchase history, personal information, and product preferences. This data enables sellers to create personalized offers and target advertising campaigns more effectively.
Let me give a simple example. When a seller receives new stock, for instance, mobile phones, they can use Comparo to launch an advertising campaign, targeting only customers who are most likely to be interested. In just a few clicks, Comparo's AI analyzes the merchant's customer database and automatically selects the clients most likely to respond to the promoted product.
The platform's second functionality relies on the use of the Meta Pixel, formerly known as Facebook Pixel, a small piece of code that allows merchants to track visitor behavior after users click on an advertisement.
When a seller launches a Facebook advertising campaign and a customer clicks on the website link, whether they make a purchase or not, the seller can later retarget the customer, either with similar products or with an improved version of the same product.
Launched more than 2 years ago, the platform has seen growing success and now counts tens of thousands of users. Comparo is targeting the Francophone African market with the ambition of reaching more than 1 million businesses operating in the e-commerce sector. According to Justin Ngosaha, the IT expert at the University of Douala, artificial intelligence represents an innovation that is both promising and complex for Africa.
Today, for startups across Africa, artificial intelligence represents a real opportunity to improve performance through new techniques and digital tools and hence increase their gains. These gains extend across multiple sectors, from agriculture and energy to transport. We are witnessing the emergence of new companies and new professions, creating fresh economic opportunities and enabling many people to earn a living in ways that were not possible with more traditional applications.
Beyond startups and industry, artificial intelligence is also reshaping individual behavior and society at large.
The average African citizen just now adapts to this new way of operating. Because today, if I'm a farmer, I need to adapt. Farmers must rethink how they cultivate their land. Students must change how they study. And teachers must rethink their teaching methods. Across all professions, we are witnessing a profound transformation, and this transformation requires adaptation from everyone.
However, AI also poses risk for Africa, including loss of data control, growing technological and economic inequalities, and increased dependence on external factors. This is why international meetings are multiplying, aimed at ensuring a fair and responsible integration of AI. Among them, the International Summit held in Paris in February 2025 and the Global Summit organized in Kigali, Rwanda in April 2025. The main objective is to promote the design, development, use, and sustainable governance of artificial intelligence technologies, positioning Africa as a global leader in the adoption of trusted, inclusive, and responsible AI.
Thank you so much for your attention. After 2 years of a downturn in funding, venture capital in Africa is improving. According to a report by the African Venture Capital Association, AVCA, for the third quarter 2025, this is being led by the continent's startup seed segment. While the high level of undisclosed deals compromises the full picture, it appears that most of the funding concentrated on new ventures in the early stages. This left less venture capital available for late-stage financial needs. Only 2 such deals were recorded during that quarter, marking the weakest point since 2020. Southern Africa attracted the largest share of capital, accounting for 26% of the total value. West Africa remained the most active region in terms of deal volume, driven by Nigeria. The Dangote refinery, which began production in September 2024, is reshaping West Africa's energy landscape, with the region developing into a refining and trading hub. This is according to a recent report by Argus Media. The privately owned infrastructure, with a capacity of 650,000 barrels per day, has already contributed to a historic low in Nigeria's net imports in recent months. Dangote has become a supplier of refined products in West Africa, leading the region to decrease its petrol imports by a quarter year on year. Other countries such as Ghana and Angola are also strengthening their refining infrastructure. Reducing non-recyclable packaging such as plastic bags may still appear to be an impossible challenge in Africa, and yet it is from a region in full instability that we discovered a remarkable example of biodegradable packaging. Frank Kika, a young Congolese entrepreneur from the city of Goma in the province of North Kivu in eastern DRC, has thus succeeded in setting up his company Mitten, an ecological solution financed by his own funds and which contributes to multiple job creations. Our correspondent in Goma, Daniel Mishamboro, tells us more. Take a look.
Your Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Your Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President of Africa's most populous nation, represented today by the President of the Senate and Chairman of the National Assembly, the very distinguished Senator Godswill Obot Akpabio. We're always delighted to have you join us, sir. We know that you're a very special UFAN to the FCT ministry and the FCT administration. And so we say, Sasanga to you, sir. We welcome you. Members of the National Assembly here present, with 7 members of the National Assembly, speak particularly of the distinguished Senator Baka. We welcome you, sir. We also have former members of the National Assembly here present. with special reference, Excellency, the Deputy of the House of Representatives, was a former member of the National Assembly and holding a top-level position, Excellency Prince Chukwudo. I'd like to welcome other former members of the National Assembly here present. Owo, Senator Sekibo, Senator Aduda, and of course, Chairman PDP Board of Trustees, Senator Mao Ohabunwa. Our entire SMO Estom Wike, Honorable Minister of the FCT, members of the FCT First Family. I'd like to especially welcome Barrister Jordan Wike, Mr. Joachim Wike, we welcome you. Associates of the Honorable Minister here present in their numbers, heads of political parties, stakeholders of the FCT who are here with us, heads of federal government agencies, FCT cognoscenti, top-level staff of the FCT, FTDD, FCDA, contractors to the project, the Managing Director, Zabised Construction Limited, heads of security agencies here present, chairman of area councils, especially chairman of Kwali Area Council, Honorable Daniel Nuhu, and former chair, Honorable Danladi Chair, esteemed traditional rulers here present, with special reference to the Etsu Kwali, His Royal Highness Luka Ayedo Nizasan III, women and youth groups, Kwali community, known for their rich, baggy cultural heritage and for their peaceful nature, rich music, and deep artistic roots. As a we to all of you, and I welcome you, Sanunkud as well. I recognize today amongst us the media, the band, and all those who are covering us today. I warmly welcome you to day 15 of the official commissionings and flag-offs of projects in the FCT. Today, Your Excellency, we are here for the commissioning of the Gomani-Dafa-Yangoji Road in Kwali Area Council, carried out by Zabised Construction Limited. It's now my pleasure to invite to the podium to come and introduce himself in a short while after the intervention, the man who has been doing the day-to-day for the STDD. But before then, Your Excellency, my name is Eugenia Abu. I'm Director of Ceremony today. As I made my way here, I looked left and I looked right, and I'm confronted by miles and miles of beautiful landscaping. When you write screenplay for movies, or you write stories for movies like I do, you know that Kwali has new customers in TV and the film industry. If you capture the scenery here in a movie, it's amazing. And the kaleidoscope of greens, trees, and shrubbery, the scenery made in heaven for hiking, for films, for adventure, for agriculture. With this length of road inside Kwali, Kwali is further open for business. A legacy project of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's Renewed Hope agenda and activated by the indefatigable Minister of the FCT and his team. In the satellite towns, the man behind the day-to-day of these projects is a man coordinating the Satellite Town Development Department on behalf of the FCT. Help me welcome Coordinator Honorable Abdul Qadir Zulkiful for the project overview.
Thank you, the Director of Ceremony. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, here represented today by the President of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Godswill Akpabio. Distinguished Senator Olaka Nwogo, who is here with us. All other ranking members of the National Assembly here with us today. both past and present. My father, my mentor, and my leader, the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, the Niger, Grand Service Star of Rivers State, all political associates of the Honorable Minister here present with us, let me once again especially recognize the presence of distinguished Senator Emmanuel Bocha, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is with great honor and profound pleasure that I stand before you today this afternoon as we gather to commission the newly constructed Gomani-Dafa-Yangoji Road in Kwale Area Council of the Federal Capital Territory. Today's event marks another significant milestone in the Federal Capital Territory Administration's commitment to delivering impactful infrastructure projects that improve the lives of our people and stimulate economic growth across the satellite towns and area councils. This project is a clear demonstration of the renewed hope agenda of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the transformative vision of the current FCT administration under the dynamic leadership of the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Chief Barrister Ezenwonye Somwike. Gomani-Dafa-Yangoji Road is a part of the 43.4 kilometer FCT secondary regional road, starting from Abuja-Lokoja Expressway, which is also known as A2, and traverses through Pai Town, Gomani Town, and terminates at Yangoji Town, making a crescent of road with entry and exit at two different points on Abuja-Lokoja Expressway. The first segment of this road is A2 to Pai, which is about 15 kilometers and was awarded, completed, and commissioned on 23rd of June 2025 by the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, to commemorate the second year anniversary of President Tinubu's administration in office. Also, the second segment of the road, which is from Pai Town to Gomani Town with 15.4 kilometer length, is still ongoing. Here we are today, commissioning the third and the last segment of the road, Gomani to Dafa to Yangoji, which is about 13 kilometers long and connects Abuja-Lokoja Expressway at the second point. Your Excellencies, this project was awarded to Messrs. Zebaset Construction Company Limited on 4th November 2025, and construction commenced promptly thereafter. I am pleased to report that the project has been successfully completed in accordance with the approved specifications and quality standards. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the scope of work executed under this project includes the following: construction of 13 kilometers length of road, start clearance and earthworks, construction of trapezoidal concrete line drain, laying of stone-based course, stone pitching, one number of 3-span river bridge, construction of pipes and box culverts of various dimensions, application of binder and wearing asphalt courses, and lastly, installation of solar-powered street lighting. Your Excellencies, the completion of this road has brought tremendous benefits to the people of Gomani, Dafa, and Yangoji, and neighboring communities as well. It has improved accessibility and security, enhanced the movement of people and goods, stimulated commercial activities, and many more. This project is a testament of the FCT administration's determination to bridge infrastructure gaps and ensure that residents of satellite towns and area councils enjoy the benefit of sustainable development. Like always, I'd like to convey my heartfelt appreciation to the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, together with the Honorable Minister of States, for the trust and confidence placed in the Satellite Towns Development Department, Federal Capital Territory Administration, as well as for the opportunity to play a vital role in delivering impactful projects that improve the lives of our citizens. Your visionary leadership, sir, unwavering support and commitment to development continue to motivate us to strive for excellence and drive meaningful progress across the Federal Capital Territory. Lastly, sir, may I once again express our appreciation to Mr. President for his continued and passionate support for the national development of our nation. Thank you very much for coming. God bless you.
Thank you very much. A passionate, heartfelt gratitude to the Honorable Minister, and a passionate gratitude in trollops to His Excellency, Mr. President, for his continued and passionate support for the development of the nation. I would like to thank Honorable Zulkifil, who is the coordinator of STDD. We want to thank you for your intervention. He has explicated for us what this road entails and has explained what is contained in the project that has now been completed by Zebased. Your Excellency, Kwali is highly recognized for its extensive agrarian landscape and is described as FCT's agricultural powerhouse with massive food supply. But I'm also aware, as I was told earlier by a former chairman of Kwali, that my pounded yam in this local government area is assured today, and I'm going to hold him accountable. That's to tell you the amount of yams that is available here and the amount of agricultural produce. We also have Kwali housing the National Educational Research and Development Council, responsible for reviewing educational curriculum across Nigeria. We have the National Mathematical Center. We have the Federal Government College Kwali, and we have an emerging Confluence Center. And investors are making their way because of this road. Who knows, very soon, Kannywood and Nollywood would be here to benefit from this various things we see, including the scenery. To be able to shoot films here will be a dream. The contractor working night and day, according to specification, understands President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's mantra on infrastructure. I'd like to quote Mr. President. Infrastructure is the backbone of a modern economy. Roads are not just asphalt. They are the veins of commerce, the bridges of unity, the channels through which our people pursue their dreams without fear or delay. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, His Excellency, at the commissioning of collector roads in Mabushi last week. Therefore, it is now my pleasure to welcome to the podium Mr. Adil Aydin Kurt, Managing Director, Zebased Construction Limited, for the contractor's intervention.
Mr. President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, represented by the President of the Senate, Distinguished Senator Godswill Akpabio, GCON. The Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, His Excellency Barrister Nyesom Wike, CON. Distinguished members of the National Assembly, Chairman of the Area Councils, our Royal Fathers, heads of security agencies, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's my great honor and privilege to welcome you all to the official commissioning of the Gomani-Dafa-Yangoji road. Today, we celebrate much more than the completion of a road. We celebrate another important milestone in the transformation of the Federal Capital Territory and another demonstration of the renewed hope agenda of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Awarded on the 13th of November, this project comprised 13-kilometer road together with a modern three-span bridge. It will improve connectivity, reduce travel time, enhance safety, and stimulate economic activities across Gomani-Dafa-Yangoji and the neighboring communities. More importantly, this road will play a strategic role in the future development of the satellite towns of the Federal Capital Territory. By opening this important corridor, we are creating new opportunities for agriculture, commerce, housing, investment, and balanced urban growth. This is not a simple road. It's an investment in the future of our communities. The remarkable transformation we are witnessing across the FCT today is a clear reflection of the visionary leadership of the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, His Excellency Barrister Nyesom Wike. Under his leadership, infrastructure delivery has accelerated, bringing development closer to the people and improving lives across both urban and rural communities. Our vision, however, goes beyond roads. We believe that infrastructure should create opportunity. That is why we are advancing the Abuja Industrial Park and Free Zone, a project that will attract local and international investments, promote manufacturing, create employment more than 40,000, and contribute significantly to Nigeria's industrial growth. We are equally committed to developing a modern technical and vocational education and training center that will equip our young people with particular skills needed by today's industries, preparing them for productive careers and entrepreneurship. In addition, we are developing a world-class sports academy that will combine education with professional sports development, helping to the future champions while promoting discipline, leadership, and national unity. Together, these initiatives represent a shared vision of sustainable development where infrastructure, industry, education, and human capital grow hand in hand. Before I conclude, I would like to express our deepest appreciation to Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, His Excellency Barrister Nyesom Wike, for his visionary leadership, confidence, and unwavering commitment to the development of the FCT. We also sincerely appreciate the Honorable Minister of the State, Maria Mahmoud, the directors, coordinators, engineers, consultants, and the entire management of the staff of the FCT administration for their guidance, professionalism, and continuous support. As Zabarsat Group, we are truly honored by the confidence the FCT administration has placed us in. For more than 2 decades, Nigeria has been our home, and it has been our privilege to contribute to the development of this great nation. We sincerely thank the FCT administration for believing in us, trusting our capabilities, and continuously encouraging us to deliver projects of the highest quality. That confidence inspires us to work even harder, and we remain fully committed to delivering excellence, integrity, and value in every project entrusted to us. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are not simply commissioning another road. We are connecting communities. We are supporting the growth of our satellite towns. We are creating opportunities for investment and employment. We are investing in the future of our young people. And together we are building a stronger, more prosperous, and more inclusive federal capital territory. On behalf of Zeberset Group, I thank the people of Gomani-Dafa-Yangoji and the entire Kuwari Area Council for their cooperation and support throughout the execution of this project. May this road stand for generation as a symbol of progress, partnership, and shared prosperity. Thank you very much. God bless the Federal Capital Territory. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
The Managing Director of Zeberset, Mr. Kurt, has talked about how Nigeria has been their home for 2 decades and how Zeberset is contributing to corporate social responsibility. He considers the road an investment in the future. He thanks the Honorable Minister for commitment and encouragement. Let's give another round of applause to the contractor Zeberset Construction Nigeria Limited. Your Excellency, the eyes of the people say everything when you look around you. The turnout of Kwali indigenes and residents in their numbers say even more. Their body language is that of excitement. And this is one of the local governments where the turnout has been massive if you look around you. The endless possibilities with this road is humbling. Trade, commerce, community, friendships, agriculture, manufacturing, investment, textile. Kwali indigenes are highly skilled in cloth making. We're grateful for this road and for our guests who have come out in their numbers to support us. We're particularly grateful for His Excellency, the President of the Senate, who is here in representation for His Excellency, Mr. President. Let me now invite our very well apportioned FCT Head of Service, Mrs. Nancy Nathan, to come forward and deliver the vote of thanks.
His Excellency, President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, ably represented by the President of the Senate, His Excellency, Senator Godswill O. Akpabio, GCON. Distinguished senators and honorable members of the National Assembly, both serving and former, His Excellency, the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Barrister Dr. Ezenwo Nyesom Wike, CON, friends and associates of the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Executive Chairman of the Area Council here present, both past and present, senior officials of the Federal Capital Territory Administration and Federal Capital Development Authority, heads of security agencies present, our royal fathers, members of the press, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is with immense gratitude and a deep sense of fulfillment that I rise to deliver the vote of thanks at this historic occasion, marking the official inauguration of the Gomani-Dafa-Yangoji Road. Let me start by thanking God for His continued protection over the Federal Capital Territory and His grace to witness this landmark event. On behalf of the Federal Capital Territory Administration and the good people of the FCT, I express profound appreciation to the special guest of honor, His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, whose visionary leadership and unwavering commitment to infrastructure development continue to transform communities across the Federal Capital Territory and the nation at large. This project is yet another testament to the Renew Hope agenda in action. We are thankful to the members of the National Assembly for their support and legislative oversight that makes this project possible. Our deepest and most special appreciation goes to the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Barrister Dr. Ezenwoye Sonwike, Hasken Abuja. Sir, your bold leadership, tireless commitment, and unwavering determination to bridge the infrastructure gap, both in rural and urban areas, have brought renewed hope to the people of the FCT. Under your leadership, communities that were once neglected are now witnessing unprecedented development, improved connectivity, and expanded economic opportunities. We sincerely thank you for your exemplary leadership and dedication to service. I also wish to sincerely appreciate my colleagues in the Federal Capital Territory Administration, the Executive Secretary, the Coordinator, STDD, mandate secretaries, engineers, contractors, and every member of the project implementation team, whose professionalism and dedication ensure the successful completion of this important route. Our gratitude also equally goes to the chairman and leadership of Kwali Area Council, traditional rulers, community leaders, youth groups, women association, and the good people of Gomani-Dafa-Yangoji and neighboring communities for their cooperation, patience, and unwavering support throughout the execution of this project. To our distinguished guests, development partners, members of the media, and all well-wishers who honored us with their presence today, we sincerely appreciate your solidarity and support. Once again, I extend our heart appreciation to everyone who contributed in one way or the other to making today's event a resounding success. Thank you. Thank you, and may God bless you all. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. God bless the Federal Capital Territory.
Your Excellency, the Head of Service of the FCT, Mrs. Nancy Nathan, delivering her vote of thanks, which I've always said is one of the most difficult assignments. She managed to pull through on this one and recognized us all collectively. We truly appreciate you. Your Excellency, only recently I got into an argument with a friend last week because these days I've become the poster girl for the FCT. So anywhere I go, they ask me questions, even the ones I don't know the answers to. They ask me the questions. Like I always say, I'm proud to be associated with the FCT and with the FCT administration. So this argument, Your Excellency, with this friend is whether the Honorable Minister of the FCT sleeps. That was the question she asked me. Does the FCT minister sleep? So I said to her, I don't understand. What do you mean, does he sleep? I mean, does the Honorable Minister sleep? She said, how can anyone be commissioning 31 projects across the FCT, across satellite towns? So I said, we may have to ask his family or his staff, but I know that he sleeps. But what we are in the FCT, Your Excellency, is audacious. We're audacious. Where people think things are not possible, FCT administration will go there to deliver the president's mandate and the work that the Honorable Minister has been given. Together with his team, they go where people are even afraid to go. Your Excellency, according to one contractor, the minister can call you at 2 a.m. because he wants to have clarity, or he wants to add a small detail, or he wants to ask a question. And that contractor at the time described it as the wicked time zone, because at 2 a.m., that is his 10 a.m. He can call you at 3 a.m., that is his 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Undeterred and determined to carry out the work of the Tinubu presidency by making Abuja the center of attraction Africa-wide and doing it with such style. Here then is the man who invited us here. President of Algon, former president, two-time chairman of Obiakpo local government area in Rivers State, two-time governor of Rivers State, a man who has served his nation across the board, now tasking Abuja, Honorable Minister of the FCT, FMO, yes, Wiki.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, have been presented by the Chairman of the National Assembly, the President of the Senate, His Excellency Goswill Akpabio, Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger, and the leader of the political infantry of the South-South. Your Excellency, distinguished senators that are here, leaders of the various political parties, our dear traditional rulers that are here, the managing director and staff of ZBZ Nigeria Limited, the chairman of the area councils, the chief of staff, acting head of service, mandate secretaries and permanent secretaries, chairman, Civil Service Commission of the FCT, our dear women, our youths, my dear brothers and sisters, good afternoon. Your Excellency, Mr. President, let me on behalf of the Federal Capital Territory once again welcome you, appreciate you for making our time to be with us in the 15th day of the 31 days year mark commissioning projects under your administration. Your Excellency, today, we're in one of the satellite towns. Like you have said before, development must not only be concentrated at the center. Development must be taken to the satellite towns. Since you assumed office in May 29, 2023, you gave a directive to the FC to make sure that development goes to all the nooks and crannies of the FCT. Since we started 9th of June, commissioning projects, at least this is the fourth of going to the rural communities to see that we have taken development to them. The coordinator of the STD has said last year, during the second year anniversary of Mr. President commissioned A2, that is the Abuja-Lokoja Road to Pi. Mr. President commissioned it during his second year anniversary. That job was done by the same company, ZebraZip. I want to thank them for delivering on time. Again today, we have awarded from Pi to Gomani, that's ongoing. I have also awarded from Gomani to Dafa-Yangoji, which we have completed. You've heard the coordinator say that this job was awarded November last year, November 2025. Today is June 30, 2026. For those of you who are very good in mathematics, arithmetic, you will see that this road was completed before 12 months. What has shown is that all this we're doing is not rocket science. It's commitment by this administration, commitment by the contractors. I know I asked the contractor when the job was awarded, are you sure that you complete this road in 8-9 months, and he said yes, he was going to do that. So let me thank the managing director and their team for keeping to the promise of completing this road. I know on 17th of July, we'll be going to Manzango, where you call the Arab Road, to also commission that road, which is being carried out by the same company. Your Excellency, you recollect that when you appointed us as ministers, you directed that we should go back to all the councils and have stakeholders meetings, dialogue with them, and ask them questions. In essence, it is the first time what we may say community participation in projects to be carried out in the area councils. It was before that you sit in your office, people come to you and say, oh, this road is important, without even knowing which road it is, without even knowing what will be the value of the roads to the various communities. I know that when we came to have that stakeholders meeting in Kwali, the chairman of the council, who today, by the grace of God, is the candidate that will run for House of Representatives under your party. If he did not do well, if he was not in support of the administration, it would have been difficult for him to have his ticket. But because of the role he played, the people said, you have presented us well, you have to go further to continue to represent us. Your Excellency, the chairman of the council and the traditional rulers, if I remember, the traditional ruler of Kwali did mention of these 3 roads, A2 to Pai, Pai to Gomani, Gomani to Dafa-Yangoji, which is about 43 kilometers. Today, to the glory of God, all our promise to them, they will not say we have not fulfilled. I want to thank the paramount ruler and your chiefdom for giving us the support, for giving the contractors the support. There are other areas outside the FCT which I know, when jobs are awarded, what traditional rulers will do first is to ask the contractors what is there for them. Their interest is not to make sure the job is carried to the logical conclusion. Their interest is, look, what is there for us? And when once the contractor submits to that, they no longer bother about whether the job is completed or not. But here in FCT, I want to say with all authority that their own interest is for the conclusion of the roads, of the projects that will be of benefit to their people. And I said they should continue with that. With that, government will continue to do more for them. Therefore, Mr. President, let me invite you to talk to the people of Kwali and then commission this beautiful road to the glory of God. Thank you and God bless.
I just wanted to be sure. If it is not working, I'll try to use my campaign voice because I've seen so many people here today. As President of the Senate and Chairman of the National Assembly, let me start by recognizing the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, who has made this possible. I also recognize my colleagues, distinguished Senators Olaka, Senator Aduda, and many other senators who are here, and especially recognize Senator Mao Ohabunwa, who happens to be the Provost or Pro-Chancellor of the University of Port Harcourt. I also understand that he's also Chairman of the Board of Trustees of one of the political parties. The Socrates of the Senate, Senator Zekibo, I also recognize you. Former Deputy Speaker, my brother Nwuche, I use you as a point of contact to recognize serving members of the National Assembly and former serving members of the National Assembly. We have a lot of other distinguished personalities here, but let me go straight to the host of the Federal Capital Territory, Mr. Project. I did not give you that name. The president gave you the name. My brother, Honorable Minister of the FCT, Barrister Ezenwa Wike, and his children who are watching the miracle that their father is performing in the FCT. When my sister, Eugenia Abu, was introducing you, she said you were once, is it chairman of Obiokpa local government twice, something like that. You were governor of Rivers State, that I know, twice. But she forgot that you were once a minister of education. And that this is your second coming as minister. So my sister, note that. Former Minister of Education in Nigeria. You have served your country well. Then, through you and Mr. President, FCT now has a lot of departments, parastatals. I've seen the head of service. I've seen permanent secretaries. I've seen coordinators of satellite town development and all sorts of agencies in the FCT. In fact, FCT is now operating like a full state, courtesy of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the Minister of the FCT. So, I've also seen a lot of political gladiators who are not only members of the APC, but are members of other political parties. I have to be careful the way I mention their names so they don't win the election. So, distinguished brother and minister of FCT happens to be a national leader of one of the political parties. So a few days ago in the Senate, I also announced another national leader from the South. And before I knew it, thousands of people trooped to that political party. So I called him back when he sent me something to announce. I said, I won't announce again. The last time I was not paid. I'm not going to announce. I would advertise your political party for you. So the only political party I will advertise here is that of the APC, All Progressives Congress. That's the one that I belong to. That's the one Mr. President belongs to. And so I want to use the APC to recognize the Federal House candidate for Kwali. I'm former chairman of Kwali. APC. Una see am. Una go vote am. Who go win? May God bless Kwali local government. The chairman of the area councils of the FCT, the mandate secretaries, and other top government officials, Your Royal Highness, Luka Do, Nisasan, the third, the issue of Kwali. I use you as a point of contact to recognize all the other traditional rulers in Kwali local government area. Let me also recognize the contractors who made this beautiful project a reality today. In terms of time and in terms of quality, congratulations. May God be with you. Critical stakeholders of the FCT and Nigeria as a whole, invited guests, the young stars who are beneficiaries of this satellite development also. I've heard one of them continues to shout, Mr. Project, and then they will shout, Asiwaju 8 years. I stand by your mandate. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mr. President is looking at you now. Because they said they have followed Tinubu, so we should let their parents at home know that they are with Tinubu until he finishes his second term. So I am here to represent the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces on this very special commissioning. It's a thing of joy for me. I was forgotten satellite towns. This road rejects that divide. This road connects Gomani-Dafa-Yangoji to markets, to schools, to hospitals, and also to opportunities. It says clearly that the wealth of this nation belongs to all of us. Whether you live on a boulevard or you live on a farm track, you must take part in the wealth of this nation. For too long, the strength of our rural communities was held back by poor access roads. Crops rotted away before reaching the markets. Young people left because the road to their area were impossible. Instead of taking them up, the roads were bringing them down. Those things have changed today. This is the 15th day of the commissioning of infrastructure projects by the FCT. So we must say, out of the 31 days for this third round of commissioning, the Honorable Minister of the FCT and your team, we are very proud of the work you are doing. So, ladies and gentlemen, with the opening of this corridor, farmers can move produce faster now. Buyers can also reach the farms without delay. And of course, post-harvest losses will be minimized or will drop significantly. Kwale can now stand on its own as a food-producing hub for the Federal Capital Territory and beyond. Roads like this keep families together by giving them reasons to stay at home and to build their lives at home. I commend the contractors once again, Sebeset Limited, and the engineers. After the solid work on the highway A2 to Pai Road, you have done it again. You deliver drainages that will hold. You build bridges that will last, and streetlights that extend most of the communities you pass through to working days. No longer nights. You have extended the nights. You have extended the days for these communities. You made the timelines set by the administration of the FCT. That is the standard that we expect and the standard that Nigerians deserve. You are hearing the voice of the president, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So, distinguished guests, none of this will be happening at this pace without leadership that understands the assignment given to it. Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Barrister Nyesom Wike, Commander of the Order of the Niger, and National Chairman of the People's Democratic Party, you took my advice seriously. Open up the area councils. Match city development with rural development. You have supervised the projects closely. You have kept the contractors on their toes, and the result is here for all to see. The energy and joy I saw in Yangoji and Dafa communities during your inspections told the real story. Even the turnout of today further tells the story. When government delivers honestly, people feel it, and they respond as they have responded. Of course, this shows trust in government. Congratulations and well done. Wike, you have earned us that trust here in this community and in this local government area. I want to salute your vision also and your passion to deliver, and particularly your understanding of the intention of my administration, the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He is the one speaking now. I also commend the Honorable Minister of State, Dr. Maria Mahmoud, and the entire FCTA administration. From supervision, community engagements, to quality control, you have worked as one. This road is proof of what happens when a team is focused on results and not excuses. Let me say this very plainly. The era of starting projects only to abandon them is over. We will fund, we will finish, and we will maintain the infrastructure we are building. From city expressways to rural areas, to access roads, every single naira of public fund must show up as value for the citizens of this country. We will keep laying it, district by district, council by council, and state by state, until Nigeria becomes a developed nation. To the royal fathers, community leaders, our farmers, our traders, and the youths of Gomani, Dafa, and Yangoji, This road is now yours, so guard it jealously. Do not allow encroachment on the rights of way. Keep the drains clear of silt. Report any attempt to vandalize any section of this road. Use it to grow your farms. Use it to grow your businesses. And your children's future will be assured. Government has done its part. The next part now belongs to you, the people. With gratitude to God Almighty, it is now my honor and privilege to officially commission the Gomani-Dafa-Yangoji Road for the prosperity of the good people of Kwale local government area, the growth of the Federal Capital Territory, and the greatness of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. To God be the glory. I thank you all. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
He has done so much for me, and I cannot tell it all. Oh, if I have 10,000 tongues, it would still be enough.
Gomani-Dafa-Yangoji Road in Kwale local government area, one of our satellite towns in the FCT, is here commissioned today in the name of Almighty God for use by humanity and the people and for the prosperity of our nation, Nigeria. Amen. Newly constructed Gomani-Dafa-Yangoji Road, officially commissioned by His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, this day, Tuesday, 30th day of June, 2026, to the glory of God.
And this road has now been officially commissioned. We'll take the official photograph right away. We thank Mr. President. We congratulate the FCT minister and his team. That's the official photograph. The national anthem. This event is officially closed. Please allow Mr. President's representative to make his way to his car, clear the pathway.
The emperor, the conqueror, the champion, the lion is here.